Let me tell a tale of a world where heroes walk among us, fighting through the darkness left by monsters and by selfish men. A tale of glory rents asunder, sacrifice and battles lost. Our heroes know not what awaits them, and still they carry on. Let me sing a song of a family forged by trials and woe. On their own they falter, but together they will write their own tale of glory rent asunder, sacrifice and battles lost. Our heroes know not what awaits them, and still they carry on. What was rent shall be restored. What was lost now shall be found. The price of valor ever rising, but victory brings new rewards. Tales of glory, might, and wonder, hard-fought battles, treasures won. Our heroes know their fate awaits them, and so they carry on.
Hello, and welcome to Jorath. I am but one of your humble player characters, Pixel, and I am excited to present to you the Is That a Shark in Your Pants, or are you just happy to see me? Second episode of Ages of Einor in collaboration with our beloved partners in the Yeet Fleet and Bonus Mom's Tavern present Critical Role, Call of the Netherdeep. What's up, everybody? How's it going? It's me, Pixel, as always. And we are jumping in. This is the second episode of our new campaign, Critical Role Call of the Netherdeep. And we are also streaming to Bonus Mom's TikTok for the first time, or the second time now, which we typically have not done in the past. So we're very excited for that. So if you're here on TikTok, just a quick heads up that Bonus Mom will be trying to interact with you in chat, but it may be a little difficult because we are playing this game. In any case, we do have some housekeeping things to go over, my friends. First things first. None of the streamers of this campaign are GMing, so you won't see any spoilers on map screens. However, our PCs will be in the various chats tonight to hang out and comment, so if you do know details of this adventure, if you're a GM and you've run it before, if you're a player and you've played in it before, please don't spoil anything, because we don't want to know. Second, don't forget about the rules. There's a lot of them. We're mostly using the 2014 rules, but we, reserve the right to muck about and do whatever we want. Don't lose your mind about it. Third, don't be a jerk. No internet toxicity, and don't be judgmental about our players' knowledge of the game or the rules, their characters, or their RP choices, or frankly, anything else about them or each other for that matter. And as a reminder, we do release the show on the Ages of Einor YouTube following each session. Usually they'll go up Monday or Wednesday. So if you need to rewatch it or miss part of the episode today and want to be caught up for next time, you can find them there. And of course, last but not least, before we get started, we're going to go around and cast. If you would introduce yourself and your characters. Starting with the woman, the myth, the legend, TikTok's #1 Minecraft streaming granny gamer, a bonus mom.
Good Lord, I hardly know what to say. Hey there, I am Bonus Mom, and I am, yes, on TikTok tonight. This is our second time here. Normally, yes, you see me fighting creepers and running when you think I should walk and vice versa. But anyway, here we are, and I am delighted to be able to share Dungeons and Dragons with you all. And did you want me to say what character?
Yes.
That part? Okay, so I am playing Grasha, and I am a barbarian, and I'm a Goliath barbarian. Yes. See, I haven't done this long enough to know who I am.
Remind me if you guys have chat inspiration.
Do have chat inspiration, yes. So sit back, enjoy, just like the Pixel said. I won't be able to interact with chat or thank you individually for each gift. That would just mess everything up. And so sit back and enjoy Dungeons and Dragons coming your way.
Excellent. Of course, next up we have the man without whom truly none of this would be possible, my streamer senpai and yours, father, gamer, family man, guitarist, rarer than a shiny Pokemon, non-toxic, southern accent having homie, Final Fantasy wifing, president of these United States, of our hearts anyway, Prime Minister of Sinister, Wholesome, Dulcim, Waifu, Haiku, Husbando, Commando, inventor of non-stick pans, Charlie's Chocolate Factory CEO search contest winning, Lord of Sinning, and the reason for the season of Vincent Page.
Who's never been in a Vanity Fair photo op.
Which is truly a shame. It is a shame. I would rock that catwalk. Guys, I'm Vincent Page, and tonight I'm playing Orin Talon, half-elf Echo Knight fighter. And I do have chat inspiration, but before I pass it on to the next person, everybody wish your stuff a happy birthday.
What?
Thanks. Yep.
All right.
And happy birthdays in chat, or I'll hunt you down.
Happy
For
birthday.
those of you playing at home, anybody who happens to have their birthday today does get chat or DM inspiration. So we have that too.
Got
Excellent.
freaking screwed out of mine. I'm just saying it right now. No, I'm just kidding.
And Vince, do you have chat inspiration?
I do have chat inspiration, yes.
Okay. And of course, next up we have the fire stopper, bar hopper pirate himself, Jason.
Hey.
That's right. We're getting everybody today.
All right. I am Jason. I'm playing Dorian, who so far has just been a sailor, but he's actually a warlock. But nobody knows that yet. Happy birthday, stuff.
Hey.
Speaking of terrific, next up is the vivacious, the loquacious, the birthday-having lady stuff.
No. Hello, I am playing Rhea, and we'll see if I can keep her with an Irishish accent today. She is your Twilight Cleric of unknown origin.
Excellent. And actually, Dorian and Rhea, do either of you have chat inspiration?
Yes, I do.
Yes.
Okay, so. All right. And then, of course, last but not least, we have the cunning and craftery dungeoning mastery Ace.
Yeah, I'm Ace. I'm going to be doing a whole lot of people tonight and delivering a whole slew of trauma to some new folks. It's going to be a great time.
Yay.
Excellent. And of course, you have me, your humble PC, and I'll be playing Casimir Talwin. He is a tiefling fighter, gunslinger. You can also find me here on twitch.tv/hammerpixel, where we do some streaming sometimes. And on alternate weekends, we have our other game featuring most of the same people, Waterdeep Dragon Heist, where our next session theoretically should be next Sunday, I hope, question mark. So you can catch those on alternate weekends. And of course, we're going to throw it back to Ace. Take it away.
Yeah, so just to kind of sum up a little bit of what happened last time around, our merry band of friends here kind of became acquainted in a hurry as they attempted to join what is known as the Festival of Merit in the city of Jigao. This is a festival that puts various skills to the test: strength, wisdom, whatever you may have. They put these things to the test to kind of determine who is the best of the best, the cream of the crop, to figure out who they want to effectively keep on retainer to kind of protect their city for the next year. our groups kind of came together in kind of a last-ditch effort to form a team of 5, and then in turn kind of had to immediately then break off to go their separate ways to try and accomplish as many of these challenges as they could in one big sweep of the city. So far, they've done pretty well. Grasha attended a pie eating contest and, with a little bit of help, managed to win her way to the end of that. Shortly after that, Rhea did attend a riddles competition where she did manage to win that as well. And then when we left off, we had Dorian was out doing a competition where they had to swim out to an old broken pier and retrieve this spear and then make it back. In the process, he did manage to collect that spear and was on his way back. However, right after pulling it from the, kind of broken wood and what have you, there were 2 shark fins in the water, and all of the other competitors were left behind him. That said, a couple folks seemed to kind of step up for some reason or another to try and fend off these sharks to maintain at least a distance and allow the rest of the people in the water a chance to get out. And certainly not last nor least is going to be Casimir and Oren, who were traveling to one of the other competitions that was kind of across the city, but does require 2 people. So the groups kind of split up a little bit to try and attend some of this stuff. But right as we left off, Dorian had the spear, made his way to the dock, and was about to climb out as this drow figure stepped up on the dock, cast some kind of magic that is, I'm going to say, mostly unfamiliar to a lot of you. I think the overall effect of it isn't necessarily a surprise, but exactly what was cast is probably a little bit of a mystery to most people. But in that moment, this huge kind of sphere of air, if you will, voided out a bunch of the water where this shark was and left this shark kind of suspended, just floating in this sphere of nothing for a moment, and kind of left it detained as the rest of the individuals were fleeing from the water. I have a feeling I know what's coming next, but I will turn it over to Dorian specifically to find out what you're doing as these people are racing towards you.
Dorian's gonna get out of the water.
Yeah, and you climb out, and I think there's kind of a delayed reaction. The officiates that are kind of watching over this are seemingly distracted for good reason, as they're not necessarily like rushing to you to congratulate you as they normally would. And in this same moment, the rest of the competitors are kind of loosely making their way, also climbing out, the immediate threat gone. In that moment, Rhea, who is standing next to this drow figure, you watch him, without knowing exactly what has happened, you kind of look at him as he has almost entirely overexerted himself. You watch this normally strong, kind of regal figure just collapse to his knees. I mean, he drops like a rock. You can see the water suddenly spills back into this void where the shark was. Clearly, whatever effect he had has now fallen. And I mean, he falls to his knees, kind of head hung low, as he turns to you for the brief moment, and you could see just the slightest smile in his face as he lays eyes on you before entirely collapsing and falling flat onto the pier.
I think Rhea is going to immediately kind of bend down. I'm guessing she's not super surprised that this has happened, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't say necessarily surprised. There probably would be a little bit of a concern, obviously. Like he's definitely overexerted himself to a degree. But I think with what you would know, I don't think you would put it past this individual to do this kind of thing. So I don't think it's like a shock to you.
Yeah. And does it look like he's like just tired or like he's like hurt?
I would say I'm more tired than anything. Like, probably just gone far beyond his limit to a point where I'm not going to say totally unconscious, but like definitely not alert. Definitely, I mean, kind of blank to the world at this point.
Yeah. I think she's just going to bend down and she's going to probably take out like some piece of extra clothing from her backpack. Or actually, I guess she wears her cloak, so she'll take off her cloak and she'll kind of put it underneath of his head and just kind of stroke his hair back, put it back in place.
Yeah, and I think kind of as you're tending to him, the female figure, the water genasi that had been in the water and competing, she climbs out and almost like rushes to his side, and not necessarily a mean way, but I think the vibe you get is more concerned, probably like wariness, I guess, as she kind of rushes to his side and kind of not shoves, like she's not trying to like push you into the water or anything, but kind of like nudges Rhea away as she kind of like curls her arms around him and like very concerned and is kind of like shaking him and is like, no, please, you have to wake up. We can't do this without you. We have to get through the rest of these.
I think he'll be all right. It's tiring, you know. Great magic.
And she kind of just like her head kind of snaps and then just leers at you. I think you almost get the idea that like in some way she blames you. Not necessarily like she has facts to back it up or anything, but she then kind of whistles and you see this huge lumbering figure kind of walk up behind you, and the water genasi goes, please just take him to the medics. I'm sure we can get him taken care of. And like effortlessly you watch this huge figure just kind of pick him up, put him over her shoulder as they kind of make their way down the pier, and the water genasi stands up and never like immediately breaks eye contact with you as she walks away. Like she's got this kind of leer that she just keeps on you. Like you definitely feel like that kind of piercing gaze as she has something against you. What exactly it is, I mean, you didn't do anything, so I don't know that you would even like register that like she's insinuating or implying anything, but like there's something off about the interaction as a whole. During this time, Dorian, as you've made your way up to, standing on the docks or what have you, the officiates have made their way over to you, and they're kind of checking on you at first, and they're like, are you okay? This has never happened before. You seem to be pretty far ahead of it, but do you need any medical attention?
I'm fine. Is everybody else okay and out of the water?
Yeah, we have confirmed everybody's out of the water. We are going to hold any further races for now until we can verify that there are no more in the water. But that said, we this is rightfully yours, as he does reach into his pocket. And he pulls out a small medal. And let me go here. He pulls out this little medal that I will share with you guys. And you should be able to add to your inventory. But he hands this to you, and like it feels a little anticlimactic, right? Like obviously you did win and he's handed it to you, but like there's just a lot of chaos and confusion as all these people are kind of scattered, and the other teams are obviously rushing to their teammates to make sure they're okay and all of these things. And as you're kind of left there, as soon as you get this medal, this lumbering figure carrying this drow walks past you, and then the water genasi kind of walks past you and kind of has this intentional like shoulder check as she bumps into you, and without making eye contact or anything, she just kind of mumbles under her breath, "I thought better of you," as she continues to walk away.
Yeah, so Dorian's just going to ignore that and walk over to Rhea if he has seen that encounter and knows where she is.
Yeah, I mean, she would just be down the dock a little ways, so you could definitely make your way over.
Yeah, so he'll walk down there. Say I won.
Oh, bless the lady. I'm so glad you did. It was a little bit more exciting than I thought it was going to be for a bit of a plunge.
Definitely.
Are you all
I
right?
wasn't expecting sharks.
I certainly wasn't either. That was news. I wonder if somebody
Looks
set
like
him on us.
I didn't. I don't know.
I
That's a good
never would have thought it
question.
was you. I know you're not a fan of sea creatures.
Certainly can't control them.
Oh, well, that's a bummer. That was going to be my next question.
No. Definitely not.
Well, you can see that she actually hasn't made eye contact with Thorian. She's just looking in the distance of wherever it was that they took the drow away. You're headed off to the maze, right?
I am.
Do you mind?
Did you see the drow? How is he doing? He gonna be okay?
I think you will. But, being a healer and all, maybe it's best. I'm sure they've got, well, great healers here and everything, but it might be helpful if I go help him out. I know you're headed to the maze. Do you mind if I part ways for a bit and just go check on the lad, make sure he's all right?
And if you want to, but I wouldn't advise it. They seem to be taking this a little too seriously.
Oh, it doesn't bother me none. People can be as serious as they want to. I know life's half a joke.
Yeah, well, you want me to tag along?
Don't you have a maze to be getting to?
Oh no, that was pretty tiring. I might just take a rest for a little bit, take it easy for a while. I think they can get the maze done on their own.
Oh, sure. Sure, come along.
Don't sound so confident about that.
Oh no, it's
Don't want some company?
great. Oh, Dorian, I always love your company. But, this man might have hit his head quite hard. I'm not sure exactly what kinds of crazy things he might be saying once we go see him.
Well, need some help with that? I can smack him in the head if he says something too wrong.
Something tells me his friend wouldn't take too kindly to that.
I think you got that right. So
All right, come along.
All right, let's head on out. Lead the way.
I think she's first going to turn to Grasha and say, Grasha, pardon us. I hope it's all right. Oh, heavens, what an afternoon it's been. We got 3 medals between the 3 of us. Oh, 4, actually.
Well, I just think it was totally exciting, and I loved every minute of it. But, well, I'm going to go try that other thing about we think arm wrestling. So I'm going to my next thing. What happened to those other 2 little cute guys that were hanging out with us? They've disappeared off to their contest. I wonder how they're doing. I sure would like to know. I'm going to look for them on my way. You run on now. Y'all have a good time. Bye-bye now. I'll see you later.
I think that Ray is going to just go up and give... Again, I'm guessing that Ray is about leg height to her, so she's going to go up and give her Grasha's leg a hug.
Oh, that tickles. I love it when people scratch my knees. Oh, that just feels so good. You can do that more later, I promise.
Absolutely.
So that's what she's into.
Dorian, I'm sure you'll have a chance to find out later.
Let's hope so.
Grasha wanders off in the direction of wherever she thinks the next thing is.
Yeah, and so while we do that, we're actually going to kind of rewind in time just a little bit. So about halfway through that swim, we'll kind of jump to the opposite side of the city as Arn and Kaz make their way to the rice paddies. And as you guys kind of approach, you see these lengths and lengths of these rice paddies, right? I mean, it extends about as far as the eye can see. But what you see is it seems to have been sectioned off, and you see this pair of goblins that are kind of running around, kind of coordinating things and what have you. And as you take a minute to observe, what it looks to be is there's these sections of these rice paddies that are probably 20-ish feet long by about 5 feet wide, rice on either side of them. And it looks like in teams of two, there's one individual who is kind of running down, cutting the rice down, while the other individual is kind of running behind them, gathering these up and bundling them in these kind of, nice bundles, what have you, and then racing them back to the start. And it seems to be this real kind of, I'm going to say coordinated dance where one person cuts and moves while the other person catches them and moves. And it's very, very team oriented to where you're almost back and forth fluently without really communicating. And it's a race against time. So these people are moving very quickly. You watch as occasionally some people stumble over each other and kind of bump into each other. And, some people drop these sections of the harvest and kind of leaves this whole thing in a bit of a shamble. But as you approach, there's these very large groups of people that seem to be watching this. This is kind of what I'm going to say is one of the more popular ones for spectating, right? Just because it's so active and there's so much action happening. I'll kind of turn it over to you guys a little bit. If you guys want to get into it right away, that's fine. If you guys want to strategize a little bit, that's up to you guys, and we'll kind of go from there.
Well, here we are.
Yes. You have a preference for which end of this you'd like to be on?
I don't know, not really. What do you think?
If I could get my Echo to help cut, we could probably cut a lot faster, but
Yeah, that tracks.
it might be kind of obvious, I suppose.
I mean, YOLO, I guess.
Yes, whatever that means.
Oh, I'm sorry. It means you only live once. So you should take life by the horns.
We're in
This is
public,
one of
so I won't
those
do
weird
that.
sayings I got. You know how I am.
Yeah. Okay, well, we'll just take a leaf out of your book then, I suppose, and give it a go. And I guess we'll go find whoever we're supposed to talk to about this.
Yeah, and as you do, you start to kind of wander around a little bit, kind of looking for the people kind of coordinating this and what have you. And as you do, this lumbering or kind of just this large individual, just kind of hulking in size, doesn't seem honestly very fit for a competition like this. Comes walking past you, and he kind of bumps into you, and not intentionally, but this individual seemingly just has zero regard for whoever's around him. Just really doesn't, everybody else is in his way kind of thing. And so he kind of bumps into Orin in such a way that it kind of collides you into Cass, and not enough to knock you over, but just kind of really bumps you out of the way. And it's actually quite disruptive as you're walking, to the point, Orin, where I think as you watch this individual walk away, you take note of a flag that is on his belt. Not incredibly large, but it's the only thing on this individual that seems honestly pretty well taken care of. And it has this picture of this red eye with this red strip kind of running beneath it.
Well, great. Yeah, so I think that at first Warren's like, well, that was quite rude. And then completely stops when he sees the flag and is immobilized and kind of just watches him go. Damn it. If only I was higher level. Remind me, Pixel, how much do you know about? Does any of that ring a bell? I don't remember if I told you.
No, not at all.
Oh fuck. Okay,
Yeah, so I think
that's
so
real
I
bad.
think Cass is just sort of like, Ren, you good?
Well, it just seems like part of my past has caught up with me. That flag is very familiar. I think we should follow him.
Okay, if you say so.
I mean, I know we're supposed to be doing this event, but it has to do with home.
Ugh. I mean, should we get his attention and ask him questions, or just follow?
Well, I'm afraid he may be a part of a larger group. Maybe confronting him now may be better? I'm not sure.
I think as you guys are talking, you watch him kind of take a sharp turn as he kind of for the first time actually takes a second to look around as if to see if anybody's looking at him as he kind of slides down this back alley. And because of his size and the size of the alley, you see he's even got to like kind of contort just a little bit as he's kind of like sliding down this back alley.
I don't have time to explain now, but I would really like it if we could go.
Yeah, okay.
And he's gonna follow him.
Yeah, so as you do, the first thing I'm going to have you do is roll me. I'm assuming you're trying to be at least somewhat sneaky about it. So I'll have you roll me a stealth check, assuming that's what you're doing, unless you have some other strategy. And then I'm going to ask this alleyway. I would say for both of you, this alleyway is probably about shoulder width apart. Okay, so it's kind of tight. I guess my question to you then is like, what is your strategy as far as moving down this alleyway?
Orem would definitely be in the front, but I'm gonna be real honest. Stealth not his go-to. I get disadvantage on them, so I don't know that he'd be sneaking. I think he would be in a hurry to catch him actually. Which,
okay,
you know, maybe mechanically is a dumb idea, but I get disadvantage on those, so it's probably going to end up bad anyway.
That's fair. What about Cass? Are you?
Oh, yeah. I do feel like maybe Cass is going to try stealth, just because I feel like this is the thing that comes up for the two of them a lot, right? And it's sort of like, even fair. If they notice Oren, if Cass can still get a bit of a drop on somebody, like, you know, some way or another, then that's usually helpful.
Makes sense. So yeah, Oren, if you're just going to tag along, and 17, and I think this is one of those situations where it's not even so much about staying hidden as much as it is blending in, right? So like, I think Oren, as you kind of just move forward almost in a straight line, Cass is kind of just like weaving a little bit in and out of the crowds to where like people just really wouldn't notice him. It's just like, oh yeah, somebody's on his way to something, and a little more dismissive.
Yeah.
Oren, you end up making it to the alleyway first, and at the end of the alley, you can kind of see where it opens up to kind of this little, I'm going to call it like a courtyard that kind of exists behind these buildings, and you can hear this individual talking as his voice kind of carries through the air, this kind of booming, deep voice. Like you could tell he's trying to be quiet, but it's just naturally one of those voices that tend to carry. And like just as you're about to get there, we're going to cut back to Cass. And in that moment, as you're kind of shuffling through, kind of keeping your eyes on Oren as you move closer, you suddenly feel a hand over your mouth and a piercing burn in your back as a knife is sunk straight into your back. And you hear an individual whisper to you, "Take one last look at your love. Know that he never truly loved you because he never really knew you. I hope you die, interloper, as this individual kind of slowly lowers you down, not trying to make a scene, leaving you there as you feel your extremities start to go numb as some sort of enchantment, poison, something seems to be starting to paralyze the rest of your nerves as you're left there lying, slowly bleeding out. And Oren, you're in a position now of you're at the alleyway, you're looking at this individual, haven't looked back yet. What are you doing?
You motherfucker. Damn it, I don't know. This is bad. And gotta get in character here. What would I do? So I'm at the end of this alleyway.
I would say you're at like the start of it. So they're like in this courtyard at the end of it. You're like just about to take your first step into it.
Okay. Well, then I do feel like if I'm not sensing anything's wrong, I do feel like I would try to get to the end of the alleyway. I feel like I would be locked in on what's happening.
I do have a couple of mechanical questions real quick.
Sure.
Am I too paralyzed to Hellish Rebuke as the thing happens?
No, I think you would, because it's not going to be like an immediate effect, right?
Yeah.
I think it's going to be one of those things that like it's starting to spread through your body, and so like you can feel it happening, and might get that moment where you could act, but like knowing it may be like one of the last few things you get the chance to do.
So I'm torn, and I think this is going to come down to what you let me do.
Sure.
Right. If he can't do anything else, he'll Hellish Rebuke. If he can get a hand to a gun and fire it, not at the person, but just to make a noise, he would do that. Because that's been kind of a signal for him and Oren.
Yeah. No,
it's like, if you hear a gunshot, that means something's happening.
I do think it's one of those things, like obviously you wouldn't be able to turn around to take aim, but yeah, absolutely to reach your belt and at the very least like fire. Yeah. I think that's something 100% you could do.
Okay. Yeah, so definitely as he's like going down, and I think maybe his thought process is like, if he can get his hand on the gun and just wait long enough till it seems like whoever it is has like tried to get away. Because what he doesn't want to have happen is this person just shoot him or just stab him a bunch more times while he's down, right? So he's like, if I can just hang on for, 5 or 6 seconds and then shoot just into the ground or something, that's what he would do.
Yeah, so I tell you what, let's do this. Let's roll. Why don't you roll me a Constitution save?
Oh boy, I do have
and we'll see
inspiration,
just how you hold out.
Ooh, and I'm proficient in those. Oh, baby.
My stomach is in my butt right now.
That's a 23.
No, I think absolutely. And I think, like I said, this individual, like once he puts the knife in, he kind of like lowers you in a sense so your body doesn't just fall. Like he's not trying to make a scene. Yeah. And so he kind of like lays you down a little bit before he starts to flee. And you get exactly probably that 5-6 seconds right in there where like you hear a couple footsteps before you actually have your chance to make a motion. And I do think you're able to at the very least kind of shoot off into the air. Yeah. And it's one of those things that causes like that immediate stir. So like, yeah, I'm sure Oren will hear it, but also the people immediately around you kind of scatter and form this like open circle now where there's like this clear line of sight of Cass laying there with, the blood slowly pouring out of him. And I think even the way he's laying, Oren, when you go to turn to look, you can see the blade sticking out from him. But also in that same moment, this gunshot, the individuals at the end of this alley have turned and they've started to scatter. You see them immediately start to flee.
Fuck those guys. He's going to turn and go, Mia, no. And he's going to take off running. And he's going to push through whoever's in his way. Chivalry gone.
Yeah, and I think as you get to him, it's now kind of reached that point where he no longer is capable of controlling his body, right? Like he's kind of, to you, he's very limp. The color's starting to drain a little bit. He's just kind of there in that moment. And I think for you, this is probably a mildly familiar sight, right? I think you're gonna, because of where you are and things like that, I think this is almost gonna be like flashback-esque territory where like you don't, I mean, there's obviously nothing you can do like medically, but like there's a lot of this that seems very familiar to you, obviously very similar emotions, probably even magnified now after the time you guys have spent together.
Okay, yeah, if he can get directly to him, he's gonna like throw himself down and like kind of hold him up. Mia, can you hear me? I'm sorry. And then he's gonna like try to like kind of pull him over and see if there's anything he can do. And I know that, like you said, it's kind of a flashback, and he knows there's not a lot, but
yeah, so I will say, as you kind of turn him a little bit, you get a good look at this knife, and this knife is not in any way, shape, or form your typical knife. This isn't just a run-of-the-mill knife you get from the blacksmith. This is not like some cheap trinket you buy. This thing is, first of all, just incredibly elaborate. Just high quality metal embroidered with gold and jewels and things like that. It's really, really well crafted for something like this, especially to be left behind. And I think the thing that sticks out to you the most is looking at this blade, you see this like, again, it's this really well crafted metal fin, like really, wooden handle. Like it's all really well done, except on the very end of this, on the backside of the handle, tied onto it is this kind of shoddy piece of string with like a couple beads on it, a couple pieces of wood that look like some kind of rune was carved into it, and tied into the middle of it is this very long, well-kept black feather.
okay. If possible, I'd like to make a medicine check. And I think what I'm looking for is, should I take it out or should I leave it in?
Should I stay or should I go now?
That's where I want to start.
Yeah, go ahead. Roll me the medicine check.
Oh, that's not great. Don't love that. We're going to burn inspiration on that. Thanks.
Is that chat or DM?
This is me, chat. That was a 5 for you folks at home. Oh, God. All right, we'll take the 16.
So I think a 16, you do kind of get the idea that this single stab wound would not be enough to incapacitate him the way he is right now. So I do think you get the idea that there is either some kind of magic or poison or something on this knife that is spreading throughout his body. And the sooner it's removed, albeit you would likely then need to put pressure on the wound to try and stop some of the bleeding, the sooner that's removed, the less of this effect he's going to be fighting off.
Cool. Well, then he's immediately going to take it out, and then he is going to rip off, I think he has probably like a traveler's cloak. He's going to rip off a giant piece of that and use it to try to like put pressure on the wound.
Yeah, and I think as you are kind of like, trying to doctor this, what have you, this set of green hands kind of not necessarily pushes yours out of the way, but like plants themselves into a way that they're kind of more in the middle of his chest as you see this kind of bright white glow as you can hear almost this immediate prayer. And as you look up, you see a face that, again, looks very familiar to you. Although this time he looks quite different. This time wearing a nice set of armor, looks very well adventured, and is wearing this large pendant on his chest that looks to be, the only way I can describe it, like a two-dimensional 12-sided object. And you can hear him start to kind of make this prayer. And as he does, it's long, like it seems to you like ages, right? Like it's like you're sitting there for what seems like eons as you watch him make this prayer and what have you. But as he is making this prayer, there's like this very prolonged prayer that like you can see the energy travel from him into Cass, and slowly but surely you do kind of see the blood stop flowing, and eventually Cass's eyes like kind of lose this glossed over look as you can see like he's now able to look around, and you can see like his fingertips start to move at first, and then his hands, and like slowly he's kind of regaining his ability to function on his own. It's just not all at once.
Yeah, so I mean, the first thing upon seeing that, he's going, Mia, oh, thank goodness. And then he's going to look up to, I know this guy's name. I know I have it written down. You want to just remind me real quick, though, because I'm so
Yes, his name is Dermot.
Twice now. I owe you more than I could ever repay, Dermot.
And
what are you doing here?
He kind of has this like slight smile to himself, and not because he feels like he's cocky or anything like that, but he kind of shakes his head as he looks up to you, and he goes, "You don't have me to thank." As he kind of pats the emblem on his chest, he goes, "You know, I go to places and I pray and I trust in my beliefs, and they lead me where they lead me, and just so happens I was coming here to make a prayer and to kind of make a journey, and in the process I ran into some old friends and got tied into this, and I don't necessarily believe in luck, but I do believe in the divine, and I think they're watching out for you."
I can't pretend to know about all that, but thank you so much. I'm so glad to see you, truly.
And he kind of nods, and he goes, I wish I could do more. It'll take him some time to be 100%, but give him, some food and a little bit of rest, and it should work his way out of his system. And actually, what I'm going to have you do, I'm going to have you roll me a perception check at disadvantage, because I feel like in this moment you're more concerned with Cass than you are what else is happening.
That's an 8.
Yeah, so in this moment, and I will tell you what happened, albeit you don't see this happen. In this moment, this individual does reach over and kind of palms the blade that had stabbed Cass, and he kind of tucks it away, and he goes, and again, he kind of then stands up and kind of pats Oren on the shoulder, and he goes, "I trust you have it from here. I do have to catch up to some people, but I'm glad that I was able to be here when you needed."
I owe you everything. Thank you.
And he nods, and he kind of, you see him like not necessarily run off, but he does kind of like seemingly like he does have somewhere to be, makes his way off. And I think if you were to be looking, you see him catch up to an individual, oddly enough, not that far away, that is wearing this kind of cloak that seems to have been pulled down now, with this kind of mop top of brown hair. And you only really see him from the back, but the two of them then kind of continue walking down the path and what have you. Probably shortly after this, I mean, maybe 30 seconds, a minute, Cass, you kind of fully come to. You feel a little lethargic, kind of sluggish as far as your reactions are right now. But overall, you have full control of yourself again, and you're able to kind of move and what have you. Still probably a little sore just from whatever happened, but like all in all, you're feeling pretty okay.
Ow.
Mia, you're awake.
What? Why does this always happen here?
Yeah, it seems this town isn't the best for our combined health.
Yeah, not going well.
Do you remember what happened?
Somebody snuck up behind me while I was sneaking around behind you and shoved a dagger in my back and mumbled some nonsense, and then I think they were trying not to get caught. So they, didn't stick around to make sure the job was done, so I was able to get my hand on a gun and, get a shot off, not really at them, just sort of to get your attention.
Well, no, thank the gods that worked. I obviously knew there was trouble. And then I think at the mention of the stab, it's going to like a dawn on Oren. He's gonna look around for the dagger. I know you said I didn't see it a minute ago. When he took it, but
Yeah, no, like I said, I mean, yeah, you would absolutely be able to look around, and I think you would obviously have the suspicion, as there was only ever really one other person close enough that would ever be able to do anything.
yeah.
But I also think there would probably be like some sense of conflict in that. I mean, this individual has now bailed you out twice, and there really wouldn't be a reason for him to take it. Like there's a piece of that puzzle that like doesn't entirely add up to you. So I think there would be a little bit of conflict, but also it's one of those things that's like there's only so many facts, and there was nobody else close enough that could have grabbed it other than the two of you and him. So
Okay, and well, all I'll say then is there was the dagger. It was quite strange actually. It was pretty ornate. Just really well made, but the strangest thing is there was a black feather tied to the end of the hilt. That seems familiar.
Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming that Casimir doesn't have, probably doesn't make the same associations that Pixel would make here, so I think he says, no, I have no idea.
Well, I think on one hand, success. We know they're here, but we're definitely in no shape now to go after anyone. So maybe we should get you back somewhere to rest.
Ugh. We got rice to harvest, my friend.
You're in no condition.
Yeah, I don't know. Kaz is fucking over this stuff, so I think he reaches in his bag and pulls out that potion of heroism.
Oh no!
And says, well, we'll see about that, and chugs it.
Oh boy! Oh no!
yeah, and you throw this back, and it really does, man. This thing is like, I mean, you just slammed a monster, right? Like you're feeling real good right now. Honest to God, I mean, like it is like everything just came back real quick, fast, and in a hurry. But I will say, as you drink it, Oren looking at him. Oh, I'm gonna wait for him.
Sorry, Linky's yelling at me. It took me just
Yeah,
a
you're good.
second. I'm so sorry.
Good. Nope.
All right, and so he dies.
That's right.
And all of this was for naught.
Again.
Was going to be from Ace, not from his husband.
Oh.
Well. Tell you what, seeing Interloper in 2 campaigns with Pixel. I know a Pixel word when I hear one.
Did I? Who's what? When did I say
the word interloper was used?
What? Wait, when and where?
When
It was
Pixel.
used by Ace, wasn't it?
That's what I'm saying, but interloper was also specifically used in our Waterdeep campaign.
Oh,
You
well.
were referred to as an interloper.
Well, it's a pretty common word for those who are interloping.
Well,
Yeah.
fair enough.
Listen, if you're loping in your own space, then no one cares. But as soon as you start loping in other people's spaces, they get real sensitive about it all.
To lope or not to lope, that
Yep.
is the question.
Yep.
So thank you to my chat that's hanging in with us and asking questions and saying, dear heaven, Bonus Mom, what is it you're doing? No, that's not actually the question they ask. But we're playing Dungeons and Dragons, and that is a collaborative game. Like I said, where all of us get together and we tell a story. We have big battles, and in this one, actually, instead of battles, at the moment, we're engaged in a series of contests. Strength and courage. We're testing for awards and glory. All of us in this group of 5 are searching for glory. However, we are a little bit separated at the moment, which anybody who plays a lot of Dungeons and Dragons will tell you that it's never good when you split the group, but we're all trying different contests. And so that's kind of what's happening while Vincent Page had to step away for a moment. So
Some
if you
of us
have any
are being
questions, I'm
assassinated in
available.
the streets.
Good time to ask them, chat. No, wait, he's coming back. Okay.
All right, and you are
I'm so sorry.
You're back just in time for my last death saving throw.
I hate you so much. I'm so sorry. Dolly's not here, so I had to.
Yeah, no, you're good.
Okay.
So yeah, you watch as Cass throws this potion back, and man, it's like just really reinvigorating to him. Like he's feeling really good. You can see like his whole demeanor and posture kind of shifts a little. But from your perspective, looking at him, you watch as right around the base of his neck, you see this kind of red rash that kind of starts to develop and kind of spread across his kind of neck and like inner collarbone area.
Are you sure you're all right?
I feel great. Really took the edge off there.
This is a long shot. Is there a check that I can make to see if I'm sure that there's probably like 0 chance that Orin knows anything about that, but
Yeah, I'll tell you, if you want to make a medicine check, it's going to be a rough one to see if there's anything that you really know, but you're welcome to try.
I mean, we'll give it a go because I do, even if it's just a role play choice of like he would want to double check that he's okay.
Sure.
30-20.
Yeah.
Damn.
With a dirty 20, I do think that you immediately correlate this to the potion, right? Like obviously the way it is, where it is far too, I'm going to say connected in some capacity for it not to be related. I will also say that, like, in the moment, medically looking at him, Cass doesn't seem to be affected by it. But, like, it's definitely noticeable, and you can definitely tell that it is spreading from his neck outwards as you kind of watch this discoloration kind of, like, flush around that area of his body. What the cause of it is, I don't think you would know. But, like, you would definitely tie the two together and not tie it to the fact that he's been stabbed or what have you.
Okay, well, he's just gonna put that in his back pocket for later, and I think he'll take Kaz's hand and be like, "I'm just really glad I didn't lose you," and he'll kiss it and be like, "If you're sure you're fine, we can go."
Yeah, we got a contest to win, yeah?
Yeah, Orin's pretty shaken up, so he'll follow him if that's what he wants to do.
Yeah, so as you guys make your way over, and also I'm just going to mention mechanically in case I forget to do it in a minute, because I'm sure that I will. Pixel, that not only is an actual potion of heroism, but also mechanically, that is going to give you advantage on every check you make for the next hour.
Holy
so,
It's gonna be a good hour, gang. Let's go.
You guys make your way to the actual contest area, and as you approach, you see it looks like a couple other individuals are already kind of set up, and they usually run about 3 lanes at a time. You see this orc individual who has what seems to be her son. You can see there's definitely like a visual similarity between them, and she's kind of not necessarily lecturing him, but trying to give him a little bit of a pep talk, make sure he's really engaged. You can tell just by looking at these two that they're quite strong, but maybe because of their size, they're probably not the most dexterous in terms of trying to bundle these things. And then you look over to see this pair of drow that look like they could probably, be fairly strong, but also quite nimble. The problem they're having is the two of them seem to be siblings, and they're just at odds with each other to the point where they're like borderline yelling at each other. And like you've seen the two goblins running this have come over to them like a couple times already and like asked them to keep it down as they're kind of making a scene. And so these two goblins are kind of like walking around asking for anybody who wants to join. I'm assuming the two of you are looking to get into it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so the one goblin walks up. He goes, "All right, well, my name's Beetle. My brother Zag is around here somewhere." And he's like looking around, like almost as if he relies on this person a little bit, but like he just doesn't immediately see him. "Well, I could probably be trusted to do this." And so he walks over and points at one of these lanes. He goes, "So you guys, you're going to run down..." No, wait. and then he like goes like one lane over. You're gonna run down this lane. Wait, no, I think this one. I think they harvested the. Wait. And then he pulls out this scroll as he's like looking through like what seems to be like a map of all of this entire rice field. And like there's like these crudely drawn X's that are like way too big as these guys are trying to keep track of what's been harvested and what hasn't. And he goes, so if this one is here and this, that means you guys should be, and he points like way off in the distance. You guys need to go to field 39, which is way over there. But why would you go way over there? I don't. And then in this time frame, the other one has walked up to you guys and goes, that's my brother. Please don't mind him. My parents told me to look after him. He just really wants to be involved. He doesn't really know a whole lot about farming. I apologize. He kind of points to the lane that's like immediately in front of you guys that is directly next to the other two competitors. You're just going to go right here. You guys are going to have as much time as you need. You go down 20 feet, collect as much of the rice as you can, and make it back. First team to finish the entirety of their lane will get the medal at the end of this. Do you guys have any questions?
No, I think that pretty much does it.
I do have one, just a hypothetical. What are the parameters of the rule? Like, what are the rules? Is there no magic? I not that I'm a caster myself, just I'm curious.
Kind of like cocks his head a little bit, goes, well, I mean, you're harvesting rice. I don't know what you would use magic for. I mean, don't burn our rice. Like, we need the rice. Yeah. So you guys are going to go down there and somebody's going to cut it and the other person's going to collect it. And he kind of points to like this, like baler's twine or what have you. Somebody's going to tie it up and then you guys bring all the stacks back here. You bundle up about 5 feet at a time and then just bring it back. Make sure it all makes it back here in one piece. Try not to shake it up too much. If we can keep the rice intact and not, as it kind of points to like some of the other lanes where you can see people have screwed up and there's just like rice and various foliage all over the ground where clearly people have like fallen and stuff. That's kind of lost profit for us. At the end of the day, this is our living. We do like to participate in the festival, but we got to be able to pay to keep the land. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, we got to keep it tidy. Should be right up your alley there, Mir. I'm sorry, Ren. I'm Mir. You're Ren. It's been a long morning.
Whoever. You've been through a lot, of course.
I did get stabbed like 10 minutes ago, so.
Well, excellent. And as he goes to walk and get in the lane, I think he's going to stop and put a hand on Beetle's shoulder, like, thank you for your help. You were quite helpful. Thank you.
And he kind of, like, as you do, he turns, he goes, oh, yeah, no problem. Just make sure you guys, it's lane 39. There should be a sign as he's like pointing, way out in the, it's right over there. You can't miss it. I promise it's right there.
Of course. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Honestly, I'm glad to help. As he's like trying to fold up this scroll, but like instead of rolling it like you would a scroll, he's now trying to like origami fold this thing, and it's just becoming this like wad of paper.
Oren walks away quickly at that. That causes some extreme discomfort to watch. Okay.
Yeah. So as you guys go to start getting set in there, give me a rundown of what your strategy is, and then we'll start rolling for it.
I have a quick question. What do you think the chances are that from Oren's hometown that they had this as one of the crops that they harvested?
I don't know that this would have been one of the exact crops. However, I feel like there would probably be similar enough things that this is not a foreign concept to you.
Okay, well, with that information, you can give me any advantage you like. But
yeah, that's
my
totally
goal,
fair.
My goal would be to... he did not give express, conditions that I couldn't use my Echo. So his plan is going to be to himself and his Echo back to back mowing down this rice and then hopefully get enough of it cut that he can then double back to help Mir roll it up.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think I'm trying to just like, obviously realizing that there's like twice as much incoming, I think he's really trying to focus down and just deal with the like quickly bundling and tying the stuff to keep up with the influx. So.
Okay. All right. So here's the way this is going to go. Orin, if you are the one cutting, I'm going to have you be cutting. You're going to be rolling the athletics check. That said, I will say you have advantage. There is a base number you're looking to beat as we start this off. And what I'm actually going to have you do is I'm going to basically count each of your rolls as 2. And then we'll figure out how many you guys have at the end compared to everybody else. And then, Cass, you're going to be rolling me a sleight of hand check to bundle them as we move forward. And then I'll count each of yours as 1 unless there's something else you're going to try and do to make up for the influx of material.
Okay, and then from the potion, I have sleight of hand and bless, I think.
You do have bless, and you have advantage on the sleight of hand check. So
hell yeah. Let's do this.
Do you, and this is a question for you, Pixel, do you think it would be smart for me to have a set number of feet that I get ahead, and then once my Echo and I get that far, the real version of myself doubles back and helps the roll? Or do you think I just cut straight through and then we worry about that on the way back?
Yeah, I don't really know, to be honest.
Okay.
I mean, I'm fine with just rolling and seeing how it turns out, and and narrating whatever the rolls dictate,
okay.
If that makes sense.
Sure.
So, but yeah, between our strategy, I guess if Cass feels like he's getting way behind, he might either call out and say slow down or send one to help me or whatever. But
yeah, got it.
I think Cass's goal is to just try to keep up, and if that works, it works, and if it doesn't, we can adjust.
Cool. I just wanted to kind of nail that in, but listen, improv, let's do it.
Yeah, so I think there's a couple minutes where you guys have just a minute or so to get situated, and then you hear this loud bell go off, and to your left, this orc team of what seems like a mother and son, they start going, and it seems like both of them are cutting opposite sides as the rice is just kind of falling to the ground, but they're not really packaging it at this point. And then the drow team that is on the other side of them is... One of them seemingly is cutting, and the other one seems to be waiting to catch what's falling and immediately wrapping it. That said, I'm going to have you guys go ahead and make your respective rolls, and we'll see how you guys are doing.
Damn, are we really going to try to smoke a mother and son team? Because that's going to feel bad.
Oh, thank God for that advantage. Jesus.
The answer was yes. Yes, indeed. We are going to try to smoke this mother and son duo.
Yeah, okay. So that's a 23 all day from Kaz on the sleight of hand.
All right, here comes an athletics that I have advantage on, correct?
Yeah. Yep.
Bub.
Yeah, and actually, I think you and your Echo kind of get just a flow state, and you catch a big arc, and you actually manage to clip the first 10 feet. I mean, almost without effort, right? You take both sides and just clip this as these massive bundles immediately fall. And as this happens, the drow team from the other side is almost in shock as they're now yelling at each other. They've caught on to this and are immediately pissed off at what's happening, and they're now blaming each other for not going fast enough. And meanwhile, you can hear the orc team as this mother is encouraging her son, and she's like, "No, don't look at them. You just focus on what you're doing. We're gonna get to the end and see what happens." And so they just kind of keep cutting as you guys go through, and Cass is right behind, bundling as he can. With that said, you guys only have 10 more feet to go, so feel free to make another set of rolls.
Can I just really quick, and this might be a little on the nose and giving away too much about my inspiration for this character, but I just see him winding up and
yeah, 100% what I was thinking.
Oh gods! All right, well.
We lost somebody or something.
Jason, come back.
Oh, wait.
He's back.
Okay, there we go.
Oh,
right, I gotta move people around again.
Spots, yep.
Yeah. Okay, bonus mom. You may need to move people around a little bit on your screen. The order should be I think me, you, Vince, Jason, stuff Ace, and you can just like click and drag people up top.
Oh no, he's having sound issues now.
Uh-oh.
Zoom crashed on him.
Rip.
Oh, okay, well.
No, I'm still wrong.
I'll be Dorian. Hi,
I think I've got you right. You look right on my side, Mom. Oh no, Stuff and Jason are backwards.
Yeah.
Sorry. But I think, yeah, there you go.
Yeah, bonus mom learning tech, guys.
Yeah, we did it.
Yeah.
Can we get some
Wow, wow,
W's?
wow.
Well, and there it goes.
No, there he goes again.
Oh no.
Rip.
We should
Uh-oh.
still get the W's in chat. I want to be clear, but also.
yeah.
Okay, why don't we take a quick break, gang? We're gonna go
Works for
to,
me.
I don't have a break screen for Mom, so Mom, you can just talk to chat if you want. But
will.
for everybody else, we're gonna go to break real quick, and we shall be back hopefully when we resolve these tech issues. Burb.
Let me tell a tale of a world where heroes walk among us, fighting through the darkness left by monsters and by selfish men. A tale of glory rents asunder, sacrifice and battles lost. Our heroes know not what awaits them, and still they carry on. Let me sing a song of a family forged by trials and woe. On their own they falter, but together they will write their own tale of glory rent asunder, sacrifice and battles lost. Our heroes know not what awaits them, and still they carry on. What was rent shall be restored. What was lost now shall be found. The price of valor ever rising, where victory brings new rewards. Tales of glory, might, and wonder, hard-fought battles, treasures won. Our heroes know their fate awaits them, and so they carry
tech strikes
You ready?
again.
Okay, gang.
Nope. Okay, we're back.
Oh, sorry. Okay, gang. I should have said. That's my
fine.
bad. I didn't coordinate well. It's fine.
Oh, thank you, Leg, really. Thank you.
Okay, and we are back.
I'm good.
And I'm gonna throw it back to Ace.
Yeah, so you guys are up to make your set of rolls for this next little stretch here. You guys are effectively halfway done with the cutting at this point, just getting started on bundling and what have you, but you're leaps and bounds ahead of everybody else right now.
You want to roll first? You want me to?
Doesn't matter to me.
Send it. It worked
All right,
well the
we did
first
it-
time.
yeah.
Let's do this.
Oh my god.
Oh my incredible!
Even better.
Whoa.
Okay, that's a 27 from Kaz.
Okay, lock in VP.
Come on.
Heart of the dice. Heart of the dice.
We believe.
Okay, I'm burning DM inspiration. I can't let my hubby down. I can't do it.
We believe.
Fine. Fine. It's fine. Go again.
Again, cross your fingers, toes, and butt cheeks. Let's go.
I'll take a 23.
That'll do. That'll do it.
Enough. So yeah, Cass, you kind of find a rhythm to this as now that there's things are just laid out in front of you, you're not so much even like waiting for it to fall or anything. So you kind of find a little bit of a rhythm, and you manage to get 2 bundles wrapped this round. So now you've got those 3 done. Lauren, you managed to get through another 5 feet section. You've got 1 section left. At this point, the Drow team have almost effectively given up as they're too busy arguing with each other. Like they are so incredibly mad at each other as they just sit there and blame each other. And at the same time, you look over to the orc team as this mother is like, she is doing everything she can to try and stay in this competition. This little kid is like, I say little, but I mean he's an orc, but you know he's doing everything he can just to try and catch up. But like they're pretty noticeably behind you guys right now. Like they've managed to cut the first 10 feet and they haven't bundled anything. So like they've just reached the halfway point of cutting and haven't done anything else as you guys are like rocketing through this right now.
Why does victory feel so bad right now? Oh my god.
Brutal. Listen,
Okay.
it'll be fine.
All right, you guys got one more section if you guys want to go for another set of rolls.
Oh,
How lucky can you be?
this is where it all comes apart, gang.
Yeah, 100%.
Think positive.
Okay, here we go. All right, that is a
Solid.
16, and then the D4, 19. All day from Cass. He's slowing down.
It's a 22 for me.
Nice.
Yeah, so Oren, you go right through that last little section and like turn around to look as you realize you're now standing at the end of this like 20-foot stretch. Everything's cut down. It's all just laying there, like waiting to be bundled. As you look over, the Drow team is like at an absolute standstill, and these 2 orcs are like doing everything they can, still 5 feet behind, even starting to catch up to you. Cass has slowed down a little bit, but still, he's already bundled half of what you guys have. Like, with the combined effort of the 3 of you, you know there's like one more sleight of hand roll that's really all that needs to be made to probably clean up the rest of this. And you guys are like, I mean, if this was, you know, a car race, you guys are lapping the other contestants at this point. Like, you're so far ahead, it's not even fair.
It's all you, baby.
Well, here goes nothing. Oh my god.
Well, you know, whenever we're old and gray, we'll retire back home and just become farmers because clearly we're the best at this.
Good lord. So that's 23 all day.
Arn, are you helping him, or are you gonna just stand it? Yeah.
Not sit there and just, you're doing great, babe.
Yeah, so
I'll help.
you guys managed to get the last section bundled up. And as you get these last 4 bundled, you're like walking them back to put them in the basket at the start. As the orc team just finishes cutting everything, they haven't managed to bundle anything. The drow team has walked off. Like they're so fed up with it. Like they're over there talking to Beetle, who doesn't. I mean, he's just trying to figure out what's going on. But they're like berating Beetle as they're yelling at him that you guys have cheated and it's not fair. And like they're really upset. But there was no explicit rule saying you guys can't. They're just upset that they didn't. So they're. I mean, they are just lighting into this guy in the most Karen way possible. That you can kind of hear it in the distance, and Beetle's just trying to figure out what the hell they're talking about. As you guys make your way over and put the rest of everything in this basket, and the bell rings. You see Zag walk over to you. He's got a medal in hand. And actually, he's got 2 medals, as you guys will each get one of the Medal of the Wetlands. And as you guys turn to look, you see this orc mother now consoling her son as they slowly make their way back. And still in an effort to finish what's going, as they kind of are picking up, the bundling everything. The race far over at this point, but still determined to finish, kind of thing, as they're like slowly bundling the last bits of this stuff.
Brutal.
Oof.
Yeah, I think Kaz feels like, out of good sportsmanship, we should like wait until they finish, you know,
100%.
and like shake their hands and tell them they did a
I'm
good
with
job.
Actually, I have a short speech prepared for this kid, so it's fine.
Yeah, I mean, it only takes them, an extra minute or so. I mean, like they now that there's not really a race, they're not like rushing or anything, but they do kind of manage to finish up because it's, again, they're in an effort to just finish the race. Clearly they weren't competing necessarily in an attempt to win, but like as a challenge to themselves kind of thing. And they finish and they walk over, and like just as they kind of step out, you can see the kid is like, he's not destroyed. You could tell he's a little bummed out that he didn't win, but the mother's right there, and she's like, "Don't worry, we'll come back next year, and I'm sure they'll have a different contest, and we can enter that one."
I feel so bad. Yeah, I think that Orin does kind of walk up to the kid and says, "You didn't give up. You kept going even when the odds seemed impossible, and that counts for something."
You see, he kind of nods, and he looks up, and he goes, "Yeah, it's only my 2nd year competing. We'll get it next year. Maybe next year we'll get to do something else. Like, I heard there's a pie eating contest, and I feel like when I'm older, I could eat a lot of pie. Like, he's kind of like sticking out his belly and like patting on it a little bit. He's like, I feel like I could really get some pie down. Mom said I'm not big enough yet to compete with everybody else."
Well, as long as you had fun, and I'm glad to see you coming out of this with your head held high. So well done. And he pats him on the shoulder and then walks away.
And just before you turn to walk away, he goes, I do kind of got a question, if you don't mind."
Of course.
How did... And like his, you can see the mother kind of reach over and like pat his shoulder to kind of turn him away. Like, clearly he's about to say something she's not real fond of before he kind of just steps up again and goes, "Well, how come you guys had 3 people on your team?"
Well, you see, it wasn't stated explicitly in the rules that I couldn't use my powers, so that's technically it was just 2 of us. There just happens to be more than one of me.
He's kind of like, he's really deep in thought before he turns to his mom. He goes, "Mom, I think next year we should have 3 people. I think that's really the way to win this." It's like he's walking away, and you can see like you have unlocked this concept in this kid that he is now going to look for the loophole to try and win every competition for the rest of his life.
That kid's gonna win this competition next year.
Yeah, honestly, what I'm worried about is every other day of the rest of his life after that. I think you might have created a monster, man.
And I think he actually laughs at that.
What is his? Is he Beffrey of Clan Jesus? What's going on here? 30 years down the line, he's invented fantasy Amazon. You just have to find the loopholes, everybody.
It's important that the kid believes in himself. We can't have him walking away from this feeling like he shouldn't try.
Oh, listen, I thought it was a great speech. I'm inspired. I'm wondering why there weren't two of me.
I mean, I suppose if we... Anyway.
And I think, after all this, Cass is just sort of like, great. It's sort of like, it seems like they've all forgotten I got stabbed. It's like, mission accomplished.
That said, Cass, I'm going to have both of you roll me perception checks.
Oh, no.
And you will obviously be at advantage at this.
Oh, yes. Oh,
Oh
and
my
Bless? Or is
Yeah,
Bless
that
one
one.
off by now?
Yeah, so Oren's too busy, watching this kid walk away. This kid's planning the demise of, every other individual in the city. But Cass, you notice just off to the side, kind of like over where the rest of the spectators are, there's now like a small group of cloaked individuals, various size, hoods pulled up, and they all seem to be carrying that flag that Oren pointed out to you earlier.
Yeah, I think Cass will sort of elbow Oren and just kind of like try to subtly point to the people. Are they like looking directly at us, or are they just there?
To a point, I think when you make eye contact, they're like actually pointing at Oren and like seemingly whispering about something.
Yeah, and I think Cass just sort of like casually puts his hand on his gun. Like, it's not like he's pulled it, but it's just like it's ready for quick access, let's say. But yeah, he does sort of elbow Oren and point at him and just be like, I think you got a fan club, honey.
Yeah, so when he sees that... Oh, gods, I should have mentioned, whenever you shot, they heard it and see me earlier.
Yeah.
We should go.
Okay, so we shouldn't go over there and shoot him?
That idea does have its merits.
How many are there? Is there anyone nearby?
Oh yeah, I mean,
Just like other random
this
people.
is like a whole spectator, right? Like these are the bleachers of a football field, right? Like this is the kind of that equivalent.
I think Cass just wants to find any other sapient being and be like, hey, what are the laws around killing people in this town?
Yeah, I think as the words leave your mouth, you're talking to this drow figure who kind of just like, and their face immediately contorts to this like immediate concern. Are you gonna kill somebody?
Me and my husband,
the guards are not gonna let that happen.
Me and my husband have a bit of a stalker problem. So I just sort of want to know, like, do we have to wait for them to attack us, or how does that work?
Do you want me to alert the guards? If you want to stay here, I can get the guards. I don't know.
I guess okay. Let me rephrase. What are the rules around self-defense?
Well, I mean,
if we're attacked, are we at leave to defend ourselves?
I mean, yeah, I guess. I'm sure the guards will intervene and
Okay.
They might question you, but like nobody's going to be upset for you to protect your life.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. Thank you. My apologies for freaking you out a little bit.
It's like they're like they kind of lose a little bit of color from their face as they like slowly walk away without breaking eye contact.
Yeah, and
really
as
sure
they're
what's
walking
going
away,
on.
Cass is like waving to the crowd, holding up the medal. Hey, and he goes over to Oren. He says, "Okay, so I don't think we can just kill him, but self-defense is okay."
Well, that's quite handy. I would prefer to know what they know before we do any murder.
Yeah. Also, I don't think we should split up. So it may mean we miss one or two of these events, but I think we should probably stick together ourselves, or at least have other members of our little, team around. So maybe, I don't know who's got the next thing, but we should both go to whatever the closest thing is and see if we can't track down the others.
I suppose that makes sense. Yeah, and how? Just for clarification, how many were there?
There were 3 of them in total that were standing kind of with the rest of the people watching. But I think you would have also known that there were definitely more than 3 that were in that alleyway. You also don't see the huge individual that you saw initially. So like in your mind, you know there's definitely more than just these 3 here.
And also we are severely outnumbered, so yes, let's go.
Yeah. And I think we
Okay.
try to head off to whatever the next thing Orin has to do is, I guess.
So at this point, we're going to take a quick second to evaluate. I know some conditions have changed kind of globally. Where are people heading? You're kind of most of the way through the day. There's probably room for another event or 2, depending how close it is to you guys. But I know there's some other objectives on the field. If people want to go do other things, I mean, where are people kind of heading?
I mean,
So-
Rhea. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so we're down at the docks. Is this the maze here right
It
beside
is.
the docks?
Yep, that's right.
Okay.
It's right there.
So I think we were heading away from that area, but Dorian would probably glance over just to see what the vibe was over there. See if we could figure out what skills might be involved, or
Okay.
see if he wants to reconsider stopping by.
Yeah, so I can kind of give you the rundown. What you're gathering is it seems like there's a platform that actually overlooks this hedge maze. And what it seems to be is a lot of people are taking some time. They stand on this platform and they're effectively trying to memorize the path of all of these turns, because where this platform is, you actually can overlook the entire maze. So they're trying to memorize the path, and then they race down, try to run through the path. And if at any point they hit a dead end, you see these there's like several Aarakocra that are perched kind of up on these kind of rings that sit over top of it. And the minute somebody hits a dead end, they immediately dive down, grab somebody, and fly them back to the start and force them to start over.
All right, we're gonna pass on that. It's not really in the mood for memorization activities, so we'll carry on going, following Rhea.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah, and then the other thing is Rhea, at some point, will have to make it to the Horizon back thing.
And Gracia was just happily headed off either to find the other 2 people, or if she got to the arm wrestling contest first, to do it and then find the other 2 people.
Okay. All right. And then Orin and Cass, kind of what's your general objective?
So I think the only other 2 events that we had between the 2 of us was the maze and the Horizon Backs, yeah?
Correct.
So I think it makes sense for us to be heading to one of those to meet up with everybody. I think that would make the most sense, right?
Yeah. And I know there were like part of the discussion was that Orin and Gracia were both going to maybe attempt the maze. And if everyone's walking by, we may not catch Dorian and Rhea, but I think the idea of like go to the maze first, because that's where we know at least some of the other team members will be, to sort of 1, update them on the stuff that happened with us, and then 2, maybe coordinate like how we're moving to the other stuff. Seems reasonable to Kaz.
Yeah.
Yeah, then you might have, I mean, honestly, you might have the best luck at least running into Dorian and Rhea at the hospital tent or whatever it is.
They wouldn't know that.
Yeah, so that's kind of where my objective is. So Dorian and Rhea, you were kind of loosely following the drow figure who is going to lead you one direction that is effectively going to be doubling back to where the rhymes puzzle and the pie eating was, and is going to lead you away from the Horizon Backs and the arm wrestling.
Okay, so I wouldn't have the ability to do both.
Correct.
Ooh, choices for Rhea. Ooh.
Brutal.
Brutal's right. Ooh.
Hey, listen, you didn't get stabbed.
You know, you're right. You're right. I have not gotten
At least
stabbed.
you didn't get stabbed.
True.
I think you should
true.
let the dice decide.
Let the okay. What are we doing then?
Dice.
What kind of dice we rolling for this? What am I, Mister? I gave this idea.
Also, I had a total panic attack, so there's that.
Yeah, it was beautiful. What do you think, Jace? What should I
How
roll?
strongly would Rhea feel one way or the other? Do we bias this or 50-50?
I don't know. I mean, she's real torn, honestly. There's like I honestly, okay, all right. How about this? Let's do it in character then.
Okay.
It looks like we're heading the wrong way here. We're not going to be able to get back to the activities if we take too long here.
Oh, Torog's tits! I forgot. I've got heard some horizon backs or something.
Yeah, those are the other way somewhere, I think.
Well, I mean, you know, the man could be bleeding out for all we know. Do you really think that we're gonna just? You think that they're really good healers over there?
Good hands. He was alive.
How do you know there's good hands? She
blood?
seemed a bit grumpy, to my opinion.
She was a little grumpy, but she seemed to have it in hand. He wasn't bleeding.
Not yet.
I don't think she's gonna make him bleed.
I don't know. It's like I seen a ghost, you know.
I know the
time.
feeling.
I don't want to abandon them. But then we got this new team, and I don't want to abandon them either.
Well, shouldn't be abandoning the drow. He's fine, in good hands. We, made a deal with this team of ours. Let's go find them. Do what we came here to do. Drow's gonna be fine. It's not yours to care for.
I mean,
We know you want to care for everybody. But for now, we gotta focus on our group.
you're right. The Moonweaver does teach us. One of her 3 commandments, in fact, is to walk unbridled and untethered, forging new memories and experiences. I suppose this is a good enough example of that. All right. Let's head onward. Back to the horizon backs, I suppose. Try and find the other 2. We know where Grasha went.
Alright, sounds like a plan.
I think she'll kind of slowly turn around and again kind of like glance back in the direction that the drow went. God's above. Guide my feet. And I guess we're going to go do the horizon backs. Sorry, buddy.
Okay.
Let them die, no!
Let them die. One must
Bye.
die.
No, don't you dare! Don't you dare that! Don't you do it to me!
Oh, God.
I volunteer as tribute.
All right, so then Cass and Orin, based off of, what you guys know in character, are you looking to try to make it to the maze, or are you heading towards Horizon Backs?
Yeah, I think that the maze would have been because we figured that Dorian and Grasha would be there at least, right? So
That was our thought process.
Okay.
I will say
All right.
that he is keeping it like over the shoulder, constant kind of thing as they move that way.
All right, so then what we're going to do is we're actually going to start following Orin and Cass as you guys make your way down the lane, heading towards the maze. And as you make your way that way, about halfway down, you see this rather large building. Not necessarily large in the concept of versus these horizon backs and things like that, but large in that compared to some of the rather minuscule housing and stuff that's around, it takes up a large chunk of this area and seemingly for nothing. But it's got this very peculiar shape to the point where the shape of this building has 12 sides to it, and it's just very kind of awkwardly positioned right there. But right in front of this building, Orin specifically, you see Dermot there, who is currently casting magic and praying over a drow figure, while there is this water genasi who's kind of standing next to this other very large figure, as they kind of watch over him. It's at that moment that you then notice behind him, behind Dermot, is the individual he was walking away with. Seemingly looks like a team of 5 as they're kind of conversing between themselves. Aaron, I'm going to have you roll me an investigation check as you go by.
That was almost a 19. Damn it. Okay, that's 11 though.
Yeah, I think with an 11, you kind of walk by. And I do think the thing that sticks out to you here is the pendant that Dermot wears is seemingly very similar to that of the building behind him. Yeah. But aside from that, nothing really sticks out to you. And I don't think that Cass is in a position that he would even know what else to really look for, given his condition when all of this happened. I do think as you guys pass, you can tell that this is kind of a roles reverse situation where, like, Dermot is clearly trying to treat somebody that's close to him, and they're just kind of near this building where there's not a whole lot of foot traffic and what have you. So they kind of seemingly are off by themselves a little bit. But aside from that, there's, you're welcome to just kind of walk by, or, if you were to go talk to them or whatever.
I do feel like Oren would go and offer whatever help he could. I mean, the guy's literally saved, his particular ass a couple times now, so.
Yeah, no, that's fair. And I think as you kind of approach, they're a little apprehensive, just not sure why you're kind of approaching, right? The rest of these people don't really know you. And Dermot's kind of in the middle of a prayer. As you can see, this drow figure is kind of slowly recovering. Again, seems like a very similar process to kind of what Kaz was going through. But he's kind of like rebuilding himself a little bit before Dermot steps up and kind of waves everyone off. He goes, no. I've met these guys before. They're really great people. And it's at that point that as you interact, the bull-haired individual that's standing behind Dermot kind of flips his cloak back a little bit, and you see him rest his hand on a blade at his hip. That particular blade, while you can't see the blade because of it's in a sheath, you do see that there is a black feather hanging from it.
Ooh. Okay, let's play this cool. I'm sorry to intrude. I wanted to see if I could be of assistance. Damn it, you've helped me more than you could ever imagine. I just want to make sure everything was all right.
As he kind of like waves you guys in, he goes, "Oh, please, you're not interrupting. Listen, I think he's going to be okay, but you're welcome to come, and I'll introduce you to everyone."
I mean, we do need to find our team soon, but I suppose introductions shouldn't take too long, yeah?
He kind of nods and he goes, I promise, I'll be quick. These are my friends. I was telling you, the ones I had to meet up with. And he kind of gestures around and he goes, well, first of all, myself. But here, as he points to the water genasi, he goes, this is my friend Ao. She's kind of the leader of our group. We're hoping to get a few more competitions in, but apparently there was some kind of mishap at the docks during the plunge, and some people were attacked by sharks or something. Well, I haven't quite gathered the details. I was more concerned with treating my friend Gal here. He, apparently he used some form of magic and wore himself out. But here, as he points to the human individual behind him, he goes, this is, and just before he can actually finish his sentence, he gets cut off and he goes, I'm just a friend. And when he speaks, I think Cass the voice is immediately recognizable to you. The voice is unmistakable as the person who whispered to you not all that long ago. And then they point to the larger individual, the ogre that is standing there, and he kind of gestures and goes, and that there is Maggie. She's really a gem. She's very sweet. I promise you, she's not willing to hurt anyone.
Nothing. Okay. I'm just double checking before I took the charge again.
Yeah, I'm not gonna pull out my gun and shoot him right away. So if that's what you're waiting for, that doesn't happen.
Cool. Well, it is a pleasure to meet you all. I consider, Dermot and I have only met twice now. This being our third encounter, I suppose. I consider him one of my closest friends at this point, because he's helped me more than I could ever repay. And I wish you all luck in the competition. We're going to go find our team. I didn't mean to intrude at all. I just wanted to make sure that there was no assistance needed. I'm going to find a way to pay you back, though.
He kind of laughs and shakes his head a little bit. He goes, please, you don't owe me anything. If anything, I encourage you, if ever the moment arises, and he kind of turns and gestures to the building behind him. He goes, just, pay it forward to any of those who, may be in need. And, just, mind that kindness in your heart. While I don't need it, somebody will. And when that moment arises, I encourage you to, dig deep. And even for those who may not seem like they deserve that kindness, just search for it and give them what they may seem that they don't deserve. As he kind of looks over his shoulder for just the briefest second and glances to the individual behind him without even saying anything. You could just, I think because you're aware of it, you notice it. Anybody else talking to him wouldn't. And just before he turns away, the water genasi walks up to you and she goes, you seem like a couple mighty fine folks, and anybody who's friends with Dermot is a friend of mine. If you guys ever need help, you feel free to stop us. We'd be more than happy to help you guys.
Thank you. Kindly, thank you. Likewise, I'd be more than happy to help in any way that I can. May our paths cross again someday.
Yeah, you all seem like honorable folk, the kind that if you had a problem with somebody, you'd take it up with them from the front rather than stab him in the back. And he sort of reaches out to take her hand or shake it,
Yeah, and actually she's incredibly cordial. She, looks to shake both of your hands with a big smile on her face. And in fact, all the rest of them, minus the one individual, seem to be quite friendly people. Obviously the drow figures, he's kind of just coming to, but even he doesn't seem like he's very, adverse to you guys being there or what have you. It's just the one human back there who seemingly has something more to say, but doesn't. But yeah, then they kind of cut their ties and you guys carry on and make your way down towards the maze. Unless you guys want to talk about anything, we'll kind of jump down to the maze area.
I mean, not to belabor it, but Cass would definitely say, Yeah, so I recognize that voice of that human back there. That was definitely the person who stabbed me.
Yeah, well, I recognize the feather on his sword, so that all tracks.
And I do feel like we're, 2-3 blocks away.
Walking.
Sure,
this is,
sure.
Yeah.
I'm just so conflicted, though. Okay, as you may very well know, Dermot, I think I told you before, he's the individual who stopped at our camp the first time that you were hurt, and he's the one that helped me save you. He swung by, did a similar thing, and then I cared for you as you recovered. But I just don't understand why he would be traveling with. I can't let myself believe that he. The dog has distracted me. I'm so sorry. He's such a shit.
You can't believe he was traveling with the knife.
I can't believe that he knows what the human individual was up to. I don't want to believe that.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it does seem a little convenient. don't it? That he shows up after this happens twice.
Suppose that's
Maybe
true.
he views it as like a cleaning up the mess his friend was making. If you don't agree with what his friend's doing, I don't know.
I suppose I didn't think of it like that. Now, one thing's for sure, between your clear hitman after you in this town and some of my past revisiting me, this is not a safe place for us to be right now.
Yeah, well, we, at least now we know. Right? I mean, you said there was something on that knife, like a feather or something?
Yeah, a black feather.
Maybe that's significant. It don't mean nothing to me, but maybe we should ask the rest of the group or ask around about it. I don't know.
Yeah.
Hell,
Maybe
if we can run into any of those folks without their stabby little friend nearby, maybe we can ask them too. They don't seem to know much about it, I guess.
Yeah, maybe they'll know something about the flag too. Perhaps not. That may be a more specific memory to me, but
yeah. And just a quick question: was the ogre the person who was wearing the flag from earlier? No,
no. Different individual.
Gotcha. Okay, all good. Yeah, couldn't hurt. Maybe they will.
Yeah, so I think as you guys walk and talk, you eventually make your way down to the maze area where you do see, it seems like there's still kind of like a cleanup effect happening near the docks just off the distance from you guys, where you can see like some people have now kind of like sectioned off the docks, and there's like a lot of people waiting like in an attempt to do the plunge, but like for some reason that you two specifically aren't entirely aware of, they're not letting people in the water. So there's kind of just like this backup of a crowd that's like kind of waiting to make their attempt. But nobody's really allowed to go in the water. As you guys approach this maze, like I said, you do see this kind of platform that overlooks the whole thing, gives you like one big shot over the whole thing. As you take a little time to watch, you do see that these Aarakocra that are kind of like, I'm going to say nesting over top and looking down, they're still living beings, right? This isn't magic that's instantaneous. So you do see it takes them a minute to kind of look and actually identify when somebody hits a dead end, right? So like you catch every once in a while, there's like somebody who hits a dead end but spins around real fast and walks away before they get caught, and they don't end up getting pulled out of there. But it does look like it's a fairly complex maze. Like it's not just like 3 turns and you're out. Like it's going to take a little bit of practice or what have you. But you also see like when people then get pulled out, they like kind of run up, they look over the maze again, and then they go back in. So it's not like, once and you're out. It's like you kind of get to keep trying. It's just, you got to be able to find your way all the way to the end in one shot.
Gotcha. And do we see any of the other? I don't think we do, but just to double check, we don't see Grasha, Rhea, or Dorian here.
Nope, you wouldn't see any of them here right now.
Not to derail us from our current objective. Didn't they say something about something went wrong with the plunge?
Oh yeah, the AO or somebody said it, right?
Yeah. You don't think Dorian's in trouble, do you?
I mean, I don't know. If he was, wouldn't he be here? Plus, they got Rhea. Don't she know how to? I actually don't know what she does.
I know nothing about our newfound compatriots, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean,
they were quite nice at the sign-ups, and I couldn't say no.
Well, look, they got each other, and if something did happen, we'd have to search the whole city to try to find them, and we don't know where there's, I guess we know that Ray is supposed to be at the Horizon Backs, right? But also ones of them were supposed to be here, and they ain't. So, who knows? Maybe we just do this and hope for the best. I don't think we should split up again. I ain't, leaving you here, and I ain't wandering off. So, maybe we just sort of make an executive decision and change plans, and they'll hopefully figure it out.
Yeah, the way I see it, so we have two options. We could attempt the maze together, which I'm more than happy to do, or we could go and find them. I think it is likely that maybe they moved on to the Horizon backs. But I mean, if I'm happy to do the maze.
Yeah, I mean, I guess my thought process is that if something did happen to them, and the likelihood of us finding them if they're not at the Horizon backs, it's slim. If they are at the Horizon backs, I don't know. I don't know if we have enough time to get back over here. You know what I mean? So I'm sort of like, we might as well just try to win more medals for the team. Hope for the best. But if you really think we ought to try to, find them, then I'm okay to do that.
I suppose then the last thing that I would like to bring up is that perhaps the maze isn't the best place for us. It seems like a really good place to be ambushed.
That's a good
If
point.
somebody's really between both of our stalker parties, it seems like a really good place to follow us in and do away with us, as it were.
Yeah, as he says that, Kaz just wants to look around. Do I see any flags? Do I see Stabby McStabberson?
Yeah. So go ahead and make me a perception check.
Okay,
Or
and
investigation check.
I'm assuming that my advantage is worn off by this point. But
This is probably the end of it. Like, I think this one I'll give to you.
Okay.
The for the maze proper, I think it would have worn off.
okay. All right, well, here we go. Jesus.
Holy moly, nat 20.
That's a nat 20 for plus the bless for 28.
Because why not?
Yeah, so as Orin says that, Kaz sort of like squints and looks around. What does he see?
Yeah, you look around. You do see a pair of individuals who are carrying that kind of similar flag from before. Again, these two individuals, like, kind of cloaks pulled over their faces, kind of heads down. Shape and size, seemingly different individuals from the ones you saw previously. So you'd likely come to the conclusion that this is two more in addition to the other three that you've for sure seen, and certainly not the ogre that you saw and to begin with. They don't necessarily seem to be involved and don't look like they've noticed you guys, but they are just kind of standing at the side of the hedge and kind of watching as people make their way through.
Yeah, so Kaz once again points these guys out. And I think he says, like, yeah, I think you're right. It'd be easy to get ambushed here. I think maybe we should go check out the Horizon backs and see, are these guys just scoping out every event, or are they trying to follow us? Like, you know
Maybe
what I mean?
hopefully we'll find them while we're there. I hate to get them involved, but we can't trust Dermot's party, and we'll have to rely on our new acquaintances, unfortunately.
Yeah. Well, I guess once we let them know what's up, they can make their own call about if they want to, keep associating with us or cut us loose.
Fair enough. At least we have each other.
All right, so the pair of them are heading to Horizon backs, yes?
I think so.
Before we follow them, we're going to jump across the city to Grasha, who has made her way to this kind of like very rowdy, very rambunctious side of the city where, I mean, it is, at the heart of this event are literally just two people arm wrestling, but like there's money flying all over the place. People are making bets, and when somebody wins, I mean, it is an explosion of people cheering left and right. Like it is absolutely exploded as people are loving this event, and very, very much the crowd is feeding off of this energy. As you approach, there are there's like a smaller inner circle of people that seem to be, I don't want to call it a line, but like kind of a queue of like, they're all trying to wait to compete against various individuals. And you see there's one guy who's kind of off to the side who kind of has just a little like, like chalkboard off to the side that he's just kind of keeping tracks and kind of a little tally for certain people and names just kind of scribbled down. And it's like, honestly, when you look at it, it's not even like the most organized thing, right? Like he's not like super official about this. Like he's just kind of like scribbling names down, and then when somebody loses, like half-heartedly like wiping it off to write the next person's name down, and like trying to keep track of all these things. Rasha, as you approach, though, you notice that in the circle already is a familiar face to you. As you look across and you see somebody who definitely from your past, and given that I've already named her for the rest of you individuals, this is going to be Maggie, who Oren and Cass had run into a little bit earlier. Maggie is a very large ogre, very muscular, very, kind of brooding looking individual, as she's real quiet, real to herself, only by herself, as she's just waiting in queue for her chance at this arm wrestling event.
Grusha stops and looks at her. And Grusha, all the way through the walk through the city, has just been like looking at the people and smiling and being, happy and asking directions and telling everybody how cute they are and whatever. But her face changes a little bit when she sees this person, this orc. And kind of some indecision comes over her face. You could tell she's just like, she is really hesitating and not exactly sure what to do. So she kind of starts to look around at everybody else and decides to just get in the line. So she doesn't greet this person. She just kind of moseys. There's none of that like outgoing friendliness like she was showing to Rhea and everyone else. She actually kind of gets a little bit serious. It's not smiling.
I think as Grasha kind of gets in line and finds her place, you're in this position now where you're just kind of watching and you're seeing, all these other people and what have you. And it seems to be this kind of thing where effectively people are trying to win 3 arm wrestling competitions in a row. And the way this effectively works is like somebody will sit down and compete and the winner stays. And if that winner, obviously when they win, the next person in line comes in, they sit down, they're looking to beat 3 in a row. And then at the end of it, if they win 3 in a row, they get a medal. Otherwise, if they lose, then that person takes over. And it's just kind of this rotating cycle of these people trying to win 3 in a row. And like I said, each time that a person wins, there's an individual on the side from the Oran Watch, the Drow Watch that kind of circulates the area. They don't really like patrol and enforce things, but they're there if somebody were to need help or what have you. And they're just, they put a check mark on the board, they put another one, and if they lose, they just kind of haphazardly wipe it off and put someone else's name up there. And it's this kind of very like rapid and haphazard thing as they try to put this together, but it's more about the excitement of watching these people arm wrestle than it is really the organization of the event. And I think, Grasha, as you watch, eventually Maggie gets up and she makes her way up there and she competes against this female drow, and she very quickly immediately pins this female drow. And then like the crowd wasn't even very into it because it wasn't even that close of a match and what have you. After that, there is the person who's directly in front of you who seems to be a member of the Oran Watch. And the watch that, from what you know and from what people have said, is usually very fit. These are people who are kind of hand-chosen and like usually just kind of the best when it comes to being able to defend the city. So they're usually pretty competitive. They go up there and you see this individual like really kind of it's a real struggle. It's a real back and forth. They kind of go back and forth a little bit, and it's like, it's real close for just a minute until Maggie inevitably pins that person. At this point, Grasha would be the next person up.
Okay, Grasha watched the whole thing, winced at both victories for Maggie. Looks around to see if there's any chance she's not going to be the next person up. Does she get beckoned to move forward?
She sure does. People are, and I think like just looking at the size of these two, people are naturally getting like even more excited, and the match hasn't even started. I think just the visual look of these two individuals with Grasha and Maggie there, like people are expecting this to be the bout of champions that's absolutely going to set everything off.
So cautiously, a little bit slowly, Grasha walks up to the table, looks at Maggie and says, "Hey, long time no see. How you doing, Maggie?"
And I think she looks up and makes eye contact with you, and her whole demeanor changes. She was like very competitive for a moment and like very eager, ready to just take on the next person. And her whole stature just changes and softens as she looks at you. And you can almost see a tear kind of form in her eye before she kind of turns her head and puts her hands down and looks to the individual with the chalkboard. And she says, "I forfeit," as she stands up, and she turns and looks at Grasha with just a soft smile, but then turns and walks away from the table.
"What are you doing? Why are you walking away from me?"
And
"Hey, Maggie, come back. You knew it was going to come someday, y'all. You and I are going to run into each other. You can't just walk away."
she kind of turns and looks back at you and keeps her head down, not wanting the rest of the crowd to really see. She's real emotional in this moment. She goes, "It's going to come one day. I'm not ready for it to be today." And she kind of turns, and you see her actually connect with a water genocide that kind of puts her arm around her loosely, and the two of them kind of slowly walk away together.
Okay. Grasha lets her go. But she would hear Grasha say, "Maggie, Maggie."
And I think there's kind of a delayed pause as the crowd is now like really let down, right? Like they thought it was going to be this match of champions. And in an attempt to like fire things back up, this little goblin hops up and he hops up on adjacent or opposite of Grasha, and he puts his arm up on the table like he is just king of the world. Like size-wise, there's no way this poor guy has a chance. He's got all the spirit in the world, but like muscle-wise, there's no way he's about to compete with Grasha. But he puts his arm up there. He goes, "Come on, I got this. I'm gonna win this. I've been waiting all year for this medal. I'm ready to go." He's like patting his bicep and stuff, like he thinks he is just absolutely stacked up, ready for this.
Well, Maggie, excuse me, Grasha has to look down a long way to see him, but she says, "Yeah, you know what? I think you got this one too. I too forfeit." And she doesn't even give him a chance to say anything. Grasha just turns and walks kind of slowly away. Again, very serious. The smile is gone. And Grasha leaves the event. Forget the medal. She's gone.
Yeah, and I think as you kind of make your way out, the crowd kind of parts a little bit, and like they're not trying to hold you up or anything. They let you out, and this little goblin, I mean, he's on top of the world right now. He has stood up on the table and he is cheering for himself. The crowd's not really sure about it yet, but he feels like he has just won the World Cup. Like there is no stopping him now. And so the crowd's starting to get behind it, and there's cheering now taking off behind you. And I think, Grasha, as you kind of just make your way out, you do see off in the distance that Maggie has kind of reconnected with what seems like a whole group of people. She's kind of not in the center of this group, but it's like she's got a handful of people kind of around her that seem to be kind of consoling her and maybe trying to piece together a little bit about what just happened. You know, like clearly she was in a position where they really thought she was going to get that medal. They seem to be a team of 5 of their own. I don't necessarily think that you know exactly who these people are for any reason, but you do see her with all of these people, and I think visually you can see that she's happy with these people. I mean, she does have a smile on her face, and like she's not like, you know, these people aren't taking advantage of her or using her as, you know, some kind of tool or anything like that. She does seem genuinely happy around these people. That said, they also seem to be heading towards the Horizon Backs, which is a place that you had kind of loosely talked about going as well. Are you just kind of heading there to look for everybody else, or kind of what's Grasha's next move?
Well, I think Grasha stops and watches that. And it's like it reminds her of something when she sees this whole group of people, because she's just been, you know, up to there. She was just walking along and it's like she remembers she has a group of people too. And she thinks about it a minute. And then she starts to follow them in the same direction of the Horizon Back thing. And she's now, whereas before she was more interested in finding the location, now she's looking at the crowd and she's looking at the people to see if she can see any of those new friends that she made.
Yeah, absolutely. So you kind of start making your way that way. And we're going to jump to Rhea and Dorian, who have made their way to the Horizon Back event. As of right now, I'll say it's just the 2 of them. You kind of make your way up to see all these different festival goers who have kind of crowded around this like paddock of these little young Horizon Backs. I say little, but like little in comparison to these huge hulking ones that carry cities on their back. These things are still, I mean, think of like a large dog. I mean, these things are pretty sizable, where like, you know, arguably somebody could even probably ride on one of these things. Like they're pretty large. And it, again, this is one of those, you know, spectator sports where these people are like, you know, trying to, you know, muscle these things to go in a certain direction. Some people are trying to ride them. There's like groups that are trying to have all 5 members pick one up and carry these things. Like, and all of this is doing, as the day has gone on, is basically just destroyed the grass. So now it's become like a partial mud pit, as like they're struggling and slipping in the mud and people are falling over. Like you see all these different crazy strategies that people are trying to piece together as they're just trying to move these Horizon Backs from one side of the paddock to the other. And as Rhea and Dorian approach, this orc kind of walks over and waves as he goes, you guys looking to be part of the Horizon Back migration? I'd love to have you be a part of it.
This is what you wanted to do? You're gonna be mud wrestling out there.
Hey, I mean, I'm a cleric. People seem to like to follow us. We got a bit of that stately build to us, you know. Plus, I'm half animal as it is. You see my feet?
Oh, I might follow that stately build into a mud pit.
Oh, well, yeah, about that. Let's get going, I think.
Well, I think you were doing this, actually. I was gonna watch.
Oh, that's right. No, you're not coming. I got a little bit confused when you talked about mud and, you know, you coming in the mud with me and all that. And it sounded a bit like a party. Thought you might want to come. I'll save it for later, I suppose.
It's gonna be a party. I might join you.
Hey.
Yeah. As you guys are kind of discussing it, the guy walks over and he walks a little closer to you. That way he's not kind of yelling and calling you in. He goes, listen, you know, there's a medal for each of you if you win. All you got to do is, you know, each of you get a tortoise to the end. As long as you make it there in one piece. Last year we had a small mishap and we ended up having to rebuild 3.5 houses after everything. But listen, we got it taken care of, and then this year we're being a little more careful. We're not having so many people in all at once, so it's mostly totally safe. Really, I think you guys got a good shot.
Well, that works for me. I mean, what's life if you don't take a few risks out here? Be boring, eh?
Ace, where in the day are we right now?
This is like sun is setting right now. You're coming right up on the end of the day.
All right, maybe I'll give it a shot. What do we? What's the goal here? What are the rules?
And he kind of gestures. He goes, real simple. Each person who joins as a team has to get their tortoise from one side of the paddock to the other. And he kind of gestures. And you see there's like this large kind of corral caged in area with like this very loosely built wooden fences, right? This isn't like a well-made thing that's permanently here. It's kind of like a temporary structure. But it's built in such a way that I would describe it kind of like an hourglass. So on one side, it's very wide open and it narrows down to like there's enough room for like one of these horizon backs to make it through at a time, and then on the other side it opens up again. And again, like I said, you've seen people try a ton of different strategies. Some people are trying to ride these things. Some people are like legitimately just trying to lift them. It is all over the place. It seems absolute pandemonium, as there really are no set rules. It's just about trying to get them from one side to the other as soon as you can.
Well, and the guy who came over here, what did he look like, or who was he?
This is, where is his stuff? This is the orc, whose name is Ringo.
Hey Ringo, what do horizon backs eat?
He kind of like puts his hand to his chin for a second. He goes, well, most of the time it's just whatever vegetation we got left around. You know, sometimes it's like carrots and lettuce, potatoes. Sometimes it's just like the leftover stew that we have from the night before. A couple of them have had some meat pies. They seem to be pretty into that, but that's kind of expensive. We can't afford to feed them that all the time. But yeah, but they're not real picky. You know, we try not to, spoil them too much because, we want them to grow up big and strong. So we, like to have a little bit of a variety and, make sure they get some good nutrients. But, listen, they'll eat about anything you put in front of them.
All right. And what's the strategy most people use to get them to move to where we want them to go?
And he kind of gestures and points over to one of the people who goes, well, I mean, these things are built to be, mobile cities. So usually we train them real young to be ridden. But, well, it's not like riding a horse. It takes a certain skill set. Not everybody's got that kind of skill. It's usually one of those things you either got it or you don't. And until these things get a little bit older and like to listen, good luck.
Is there any kind of harness on these things, or are they just going bareback?
Yeah, looking at them, these are just young turtles, no sort of harness, no nothing on them. But like I said, you do see like a handful of people who have just kind of hopped on the shell and like treating it like a horse. And I mean, these tortoises are just, or these horizon backs are just walking around like aimlessly. Like these people are, trying to kick their feet or whatever, trying to and like, I mean, it is like literally oblivious that anybody's even riding them.
Is there anybody having success out there that we could get a clue from?
Not anybody riding them that you've seen. You do see some people who are like managing to, effectively push them through the mud, slide them across the ground and kind of shuffleboard them, if you will. It's kind of mild success. It seems like it's a pretty significant struggle, but they're getting them to the other side. So like it is working.
Okay, so is this everybody has their own, or can we work as a team here?
So for everybody who signs up, you're responsible for getting one tortoise through to the other side, but you can do that as a team.
You don't happen to have a, potion of speak with animals or something on you, do you?
And he kind of laughs a little bit as he pats himself down, and Ringo goes, you know what? I forgot it at home.
Dang it.
Is there anywhere to get a meat pie nearby?
And he kind of looks over. He goes, "Ooh, have you talked to Agatha? She's got the best meat pies that I ever did have. Oh man, I tell you what, I had one, just one, and I was ready for a nap. I was set for the whole day. I could go for a meat pie right now."
Where's Agatha?
And I think you would recognize the name from the pie eating competition, which is like halfway across the city and like super not beneficial to you in that moment.
Oh, I could go for a meat pie too, my friend. But it's a little far away. Well, thank you.
Kind of size. He goes, yeah, you're probably right. And I feel like probably somewhere in this time frame is when Orin and Cass are probably going to be wandering near this area. I'll kind of leave it in your ballpark. I know you guys were looking for them. I don't know if you guys are going to kind of, I don't want to say interrupt, but like if you're going to kind of make your way right up on them, or you guys want to case the area first, or what you're doing.
Yeah, I don't know. What's your thought on this, Orin? Cass would just like walk up and start talking to him, but if you have other designs,
that's fine with me. If they're not in the middle of the event, I feel like we would walk up.
Hey,
Yeah, no, I would definitely be waiting for you.
hey, Tiny.
Ah, we are. I was wondering when you'd get here.
Hey, it's been quite a day.
How has it? I see that you've got some medals, though, so I take it was a pretty successful one.
Holds up the medal. Here's a question. Obviously, he got some sort of healing. Is there still any like visible sign that Kaz was stabbed earlier today? I mean, I guess like he's got like a bloody hole in his shirt, right?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, aside from your clothes and like the kind of slash in the back of them, I think that would be about it.
Yeah, so I think Kaz goes up and says, "Yeah, we won."
What about your red rash?
Yeah, I guess
that would still be visible as well. I guess
still got
I don't know that Cass
clothes,
would have
right?
seen it. He does.
Mm-hmm.
He does. I don't know that Cass would have seen it yet because, like, without like a pocket mirror or something, I don't know how he would. But as he approaches, I do think the rest of you would notice this kind of rash around his neck.
Oh, that's new. Did you have a little bit of a reaction to the rice patties there, did you?
No, I got stabbed. He like points at the bloody hole in his shirt, oblivious to the neck thing.
Oh. Well, you look like you're doing quite all right. I take it somebody patched you up all right.
I guess I was unconscious.
I mean, was this part of the event? I don't remember that being in the pamphlet.
No, I don't think there was a stabbing event.
Right.
That was just for me.
I think it's part of his image, the tough guy look.
Not quite.
I do hear a man with scars is handsome. I think it makes you look quite.
He sort of like cocks an eyebrow and looks over at Orin. Sort of like hey. Yeah, maybe you should have let Dermot leave me a scar, yeah?
I would prefer you with less holes, as it were.
Oh, I take it that's why I'm not your type, eh? Well, maybe we should get on to this this Horizon back.
Wow.
Yeah, and I do think probably right around this time is also when Grasha is going to be kind of making her way over, who I think just at the height advantage wouldn't struggle to find them. You guys aren't necessarily, the most sneaky of groups, and you kind of stand out just a little bit. I do think she'd be able to find you. I'll also point out probably around this time, the other team of 5 that we've been kind of dancing around seemingly is talking to Ringo about, the Horizon Back event.
And Gal's with them.
Oh, absolutely.
How does he look?
Looks like he's back on his feet. And actually I use that term figuratively because he's actually kind of floating above the ground just a little bit.
All right, pop off, King.
So is that whole group that's over there?
It is that the entire group of 5 is now kind of standing around, and Ao, the water genasi, is or genasi rather, is kind of leading the pack as she seems to be talking to Ringo, seemingly getting some information about the event as they are looking to.
Oh, looky there. It's the hero of the docks.
Well, hey, y'all.
Oh, Ace muted. I don't know if he's trying to talk to us.
Oh.
Yeah, no, you're good.
Okay.
I wasn't. I mean, Dorian wasn't saying that to them, was he?
Well, we just said it out loud to our group here.
To your group, but not to that group, is what I was. Yeah,
Correct.
okay.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
with that, Cass does say, "Oh yeah, we heard somebody said something about there was trouble at the plunge."
Yeah, a couple of sharks showed up while we were in the water. And yeah, that group actually took pretty good care of them. But I think it wore out the mage guy.
Huh.
He didn't get bit or anything. He just kind of collapsed, I guess.
Wow.
We settled it just fine. Those sharks are, gonna be sushi here tonight, I think. Might have a big feast at the end of all this if we're lucky. But,
Big fish fry after that.
I suppose there seems to be a bit of a catch to most things. I think I might have gotten off easy with my riddles and rhymes. You're getting stabbed. You're getting almost becoming shark bait. I did see one time I happened upon a field of it was a herder. He had a bunch of sheep he was trying to herd, and he had this dog that would nip at its feet. Then he brought this pig out, and the pig just kind of sat there. I think he talked to them a bit and said, kind of politely, "Would you mind moving into this pen here?" And would you know it, the sheep moved. So only problem is I don't quite know how to speak to animals, but maybe we try and persuade them to move before we, bite their heels or ride them into infinity.
Sure, or give them a chat.
Yeah, I don't know how to talk to animals neither, but I am pretty good with them, so
Well, it's perfect.
Incidentally, and he sort of like motions everybody to kind of like get in close and just says, "I feel like we should tell y'all that." He sort of like looks at Orin for like confirmation of like, what do we want to say here? But I feel like we should let them know that like, some of the stuff that we've kind of found out, especially regarding like the other team and maybe these people that are following us and stuff. I don't know. What do you think?
I do feel like Orin would let Cass take the lead on that because
Oh boy.
even Kaz doesn't really know about Orin's deal. So like if you want to share about your deal, I think that makes the most sense to let you tell it if you want.
Yeah, I think Kaz basically just says like, so yeah, I got stabbed earlier, and he sort of like gestures in the direction of the other group and says like, that human that's with him, I don't know his name, but 99% certain he's the one that did it.
Oh,
I don't really know why.
We do have reasons, of course, why we believe this. Firstly, I think Mir recognized his voice because he said something to him after he was, shanked. But also, there is a black feather on his weapon there, and the dagger that Mir was stabbed with also had the same sort of feather.
Yeah,
There
I don't know
like
if that's, important.
history check for that?
I think for you, if you want to make a history check, you can, but I think you would probably make a religion check here.
Okay. Interesting. I swear, hold on. Is it gonna be it's okay. Stuff had a connection. Stuff had brain cells.
Is there a connection to Critical Role here?
Yeah, exactly.
Uh-oh.
100%.
Yeah, that's
Am
why
I-
I said Casimir probably doesn't know things Pixel knows about this.
Yep,
already.
yep.
My lame ass
Yeah.
is way behind, and
Jason
I ain't got a
knows
clue
about
what's
it.
happening.
Finish that Vox Machina, buddy, and you'll get there.
Well, here we are.
Yeah, and so
Vox Machina.
exactly what we're dancing around. I do think that you would recognize that feather to be a symbol of the Raven Queen.
Oh, you found yourself on the other side of a bit of a divine conflict. I see it. Tell me,
What?
Perhaps escaping death by any chance?
Well, last time I was here, somebody tried to kill me. It didn't exactly work out. But
Seems
if it was related to that... I don't know.
well. If you're out going up against the Raven Queen, it's a good thing we got Sehanine on our side.
I'm sorry, going up against who now?
Sehanine, the Moonweaver,
No.
You know.
So I'm going up against who?
the Raven Queen. You know, black feather, kind of a Carlin card.
Okay. He sort of like looks at Orin to see if Orin recognizes that name.
I mean, I'll tell you that I don't. Is there any reason that I would, Ace? Because I don't.
Nope.
I don't think. Okay,
I don't
so either.
think with what you and I have discussed, I don't think you'd have any reason to even like
Yeah, I didn't think so.
correlate who that is.
Well, and I'm thinking the whole conversation's over Grash's head. Although
That-
Grash's head is really
It's very
in the
high.
air.
Yeah. It's a tall bar. Come on. None of you studied your gods, have you? The Raven Queen, Queen of the Death. Make sure everybody gets to the other side safely.
It doesn't seem like the sort of god I'd want to be in contact with ever.
Well, somebody's got to shepherd him, don't you?
I suppose, but I'd like to not find out today.
Oh boy.
Well, seems like it's going to be quite the adventure today, I think.
Well, what'd
I
you
really
do to
did
make
luck
him
out.
stab you?
That's the thing, nothing. Normally when people stab me, you know, they got some kind of a reason. I'm trying to kill them, they're trying to kill me. You know, something. They're bandits or who knows, but they just like sneak up behind me and shank me and then mutter nonsense in my ear and disappears. I almost die, and then Orin runs over, and then this Dermot guy always shows up. That's pretty much how it's been.
You were going to say, Grasha?
Well, I looked at the back of his shirt, and I just wondered how come he wasn't dead. But then he says my question got answered because he said somebody fixed him. But you talking about those 5 people over there? Because I know one of them.
Yeah.
That orc over there.
You good friends, are you?
Well, we go have a chat.
We were at one time. That was a long time ago. So anyway, what are we here for? What are we supposed to be doing? So we got to go over there and whoop those people? What?
No. Oh, Lord help us. No, we need to go over there and, well, one, I mean, if we want to go check in on them, I suppose that's one option. But it might just be best if we focus at the task at hand right now and, talk to them later so we don't get a bit distracted. There's a big turtle. You see the turtle? We need turtle to go from here to there. Our problem is figuring out how to get it to happen.
I get you. I see. DM, I want to know, does Grasha think she can lift those turtles? Looking at them?
Does Grasha think she can? Absolutely, she thinks she can.
Well,
That's a specific
no problem.
answer.
You want me to do that for you? I don't mind.
Well, I mean, in
I
my
like
experience,
this idea.
I think it's a really great idea. I got to be honest. However, I do think consent is key. I did learn that growing up too. So perhaps we might, try and at least discuss it with the turtles before we go picking them up off the ground.
Well,
Sure,
I've never talked to any turtles at all. I talk to flowers a lot, and they blow in the breeze, and they're so sweet and friendly, and they smell wonderful. I don't think turtles smell quite as good as flowers do, but, I think given the speed with which those things move, if you wanted to be somewhere, you just got to pick them up and move them.
Well,
But you try your way, and I'll try my way. How's that?
we could do a combination of both. How about that?
I
give 'em
like
a
it.
warning.
It's teamwork. There you
Aye.
go.
I do believe it has been established that nobody knows how to speak with animals.
But you might as well
Yeah,
go
I
ahead and
know.
give it a try. I mean, I
I
speak
see.
goat fluently. Rah.
What do you mean speak with animals? You just talk to them, right?
I don't think speaking with animals is so much a problem. It's getting them
So
to
right here.
speak back to you that's the problem.
Aye, but that's where we use our insight. We try to think real hard. What does that body language tell me? Does it seem like they said yes? Or does it seem like they said no? I take it'll be pretty
Crushes.
easy to interpret.
Gosh, this one smart cookie.
Aye.
Thank you, and I love cookies a lot.
Well, I'm
Now,
down
you
to give it a
remember
try
when that little
myself.
guy was trying to take advantage of you last night, and you said, I see what you're trying to do here, fella. Just use that same insight here.
Well, that's because I've been staying in those inns and things, and I have some experience with the cost of an overnight stay. But that's a very different thing from trying to talk a turtle into pick up his ass and moving across the road or the yard.
You've been a protector to a princess, haven't you? I think you must have been a bit
have.
persuasive.
I protected my. I have a badge. I have a. I think she said it's a brooch. It's either a brooch or a brooch. I kind of forget which, but it's one of those things, and she gave it to me as a reward.
Right, she did. Right, well, Cass, what you think? Are we all going over there, big old team?
I
You
honestly
guys
feel
gotta-
like if we got multiple different methods of trying to do this, maybe everybody, one to a method, and if anybody doesn't have a way, maybe they just try and help.
Aye, that sounds great to me.
Yeah, I think I might sit on the sidelines and watch you guys give it a go.
Oh, then how am I going to see your rear from this angle?
Oh, I can flash it from the sidelines.
Or are you going to flash it like this, and then she's going to do like a little butt jiggle?
I think Cass grabs Orin's arm just for support as this is happening, just sort of you're seeing this too, right?
I have never seen
A
such
mage hand
tension
is gonna reach
in one
out and
party.
smack her bottom.
Right, hold on there. Now, we need to establish some guidelines here. You remember when I said consent is key, sir? Good news, I gave it to you.
Grosh is
I'm
very
sorry, bonus mom. I
confused.
should have warned you.
That said, while you guys are talking about this, I'm going to say the other group has started. The interesting thing of note is Ao is the only one who has gone into the pen. And you see she's carrying this large, looks to be some kind of spear. And she kind of just throws a rope around kind of underneath the horizon back's neck and almost uses it like reins as if she's going to ride this thing. But instead of actually riding it, she kind of stands on top of it, almost as if she was surfing on the back of this thing. And lo and behold, it starts to move forward. That said, all of you are welcome to make any sort of perception or investigation check if you wish.
Boy. We're going to go with this one.
Rhea, I'm going to say you have advantage on this.
Oh, all right. Then we're going to roll it again.
Only a 10 from Cass.
It's not going to matter. Ray is a bit occupied.
All right, so
No way. Oh my god.
Yeah, maybe Orin's the least distracted by this other stuff
Yeah.
going on here.
Yeah.
so
Or it's real focused.
Orin and Dorian,
Gosh dang. All right.
you notice the legs of this horizon back, in fact, are not moving.
I knew it. Yep.
In fact, I think as you really focus in, the two of you notice that its feet are I'm talking maybe an inch off the ground as this thing is moving towards the other side of this paddock.
Oh, gal. Up to your tricks again.
I suppose that's one way to accomplish it.
Hmm.
What do you
I got bad
think
news.
she's doing? Is it a spell or?
Oh, aye. That's magic if I ever seen it.
Well, I guess no use wasting time. And I think Casimir's intent is to sort of enter by himself and try to use his animal handling skills to woo one of these critters to where he wants it to go.
Fair enough. I do, and just to kind of get this off the table, I think Orin also will. If Dorian's standing on the sidelines, he's going to as well, with the intention of keeping an eye on the human.
Ray is
Fair
gonna
enough.
try and pat Cass before he heads out. Says,
Well,
"Silver Lady be with you."
I think Grasha's going to shake her head at the person doing the fancy stuff on top of the thing, and she's going to march in, try to pick one up and move it at
Yeah,
whatever
and,
point would be good. Yeah.
As Grasha does this, Dorian is going to cast Hex on the horizon back that she is going towards and pick strength. So it'll take a 1d6 strength penalty.
Okay, fair enough.
And then, if I may abuse my short rest, he's going to sit down for the next hour.
Yeah, that's totally fair to me. Yeah, so we're looking at Grasha and Grasha and Cass are heading in there. So here's the way this is effectively going to work. At base level, you're looking to make animal handling checks is kind of just the way this is as written. However, it's also kind of like a skill check in that if you come up with another way to potentially get these things through there, we can totally work on that. You're looking for 3 successes to get one from one side to the other. Assuming you do, you will each of you competing will be awarded a medal.
Okay.
Are you okay if Rhea joins in on this? She does want to try and talk to the turtles.
I was fixing to ask if I thought Rhea was going to compete too.
Yeah. Rhea was planning to go in.
My 2 things is Orin would be bad at this, and then 2, he would be way more concerned about watching out for the human at this point than worrying about him at all. So
Yeah, no, that's. I mean, as many of you want to compete as you can. The only distinction I need you to make is if you guys are helping each other, or if you're like just trying to individually get yours across to the other side.
Do you still have that? Like, would Cass have mentioned that he took the heroism potion?
I mean, I think it wore off, so no.
Okay, it wore off. Okay, so it doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the perception check that I made back there at the maze was, I think, like the last little spurt of it.
Got it. Okay.
Okay. Well, this is what Grasha would do if it would work. Grasha heard what Rhea said about we should try to talk to him. Grasha thinks that's probably not a great idea, not going to work. But so Grasha's planning to stride up to a razorback and ask it if it'd like to get up and move to the other side of the paddock in common or whatever it is. Yeah, in common. Might even try it in giant one time since it's a big turtle. And then if the turtle if it gets up and moves, great, then there we are. If not, then Grasha, and that could be the animal handling, then Grasha's going to try to pick it up and carry it. So that she'll give it a try talking to him, then she's going to try to pick it up and carry it. And she's not helping anybody else. She's just very focused on this is what Rhea said we should do. So I'll try her way, and then I'm going to do my thing.
Yeah. So, fun fact. They train these things using giant to teach them commands. So yeah, Grasha goes up and tries to talk to this thing to begin with, and it like is absolutely oblivious, just doesn't really like even move to acknowledge you. But the minute you start speaking giant, it actually does look up and is like recognizing that you're talking to it. It doesn't react so much as like you're not saying any of the commands it would know, but like it's clearly acknowledging you. Are you still looking to just pick it up and carry it, or are you kind of adapting to the situation?
Oh, the minute it makes eye contact with Grasha, Grasha's like, oh, you cute little darling. Still in giant. Oh, look at you. You are so precious. And you know what? I bet you that you are the movingest one of these little babies in here. Oh, come on. Let's you and me go for a walk. Come on, baby. You come with me and I'll take care of you. And she tries to sweet talk it and nudge it across there since she knows it's focused on her and maybe understands what she's saying. So she is going to try to finesse it with her sweet talk to see what it'll do.
Yeah, and honestly, it's just gonna follow you. I mean, these are the way these things are used to being talked to. They're, like I said, these are like the children. They haven't been trained as far as like, ways to move with buildings or anything like that. They're used to people talking to them in this capacity of like, oh yeah, we're just gonna try and get them from this place to this place. And so like it's not a rush. I mean, these are horizon back turtles or whatever, but like it just kind of casually struts along and follows Grasha like he's supposed to. And like legitimately it would just follow Grasha to wherever she goes. So like even if she steps to the side to like, try and have it moving, it would just turn and like continue to face her as it follows around. Like, and again, it's like almost lost puppy, as it's just like, yep, this is what I'm supposed to do, as it just keeps going.
Oh, and Grasha just maybe even sings a little song, "You Are My Sunshine," or something adorable like that. Whatever it is that mama giants sing to baby giants that she heard at her mama's knee, that's what she's a singing and a leading and trying to get that sucker across the way.
Yeah, and I really think with minimal effort and probably even a degree of just joy, Grasha leads this thing right to the other side, and it is just as content as can be. And honestly, Ringo's would be at the other side and just be absolutely dumbfounded. Like in all the years he's done this, he's never seen someone just talk to this thing and have it work. And totally unexpected that somebody would absolutely know how to speak to these things. And he looks at Grasha his jaw is almost at the floor as he got, that's not what I expected, and I'm not really sure what to say, but you know what? This is yours. As he reaches down and pulls out this metal that's a little bit unique in that it looks like it's kind of one of the plates off of one of the horizon backs that has been like polished and has been engraved as Grasha gets one of the medals of the horizon back. And I can share that. That said, we will go to Cass. What's your approach to this?
Yeah, I think Cass is just trying, Cass is a horse girl, okay? Cass has a deep and profound connection with horses. He, at one point in his life, was cowboy, cattle herder, but using horses to, maneuver animals. So actually, this is basically his background. He's gonna be devastated when he loses to Grasha, who just happens to know the right language to talk to these things. But he's gonna try. So essentially, his goal is to understand the creatures and its motivations, and just do the animal handling stuff. So he's talking to it in a low voice and trying to figure out what's gonna entice these things to move. And just use his animal handling skills, whether that's climbing and trying to ride it or just being in front of it and getting it to follow him. He's gonna try anything he can think of that from his just bag of horse girl tricks, basically.
All right. So what I'm going to say is with that in mind, you're going to look to make, as it stands, 3 animal handling checks. Mm-hmm. Each one will grow progressively harder as you attempt to get it to this narrow kind of cone where naturally an animal would resist going into the confined space. But again, if at any point in the midst of that you need to improvise or what have you, we can address that as we go.
Okay. Well, I've got a couple of inspirations and a guidance, so let's just see how we do. So I guess I'm just going to start with animal handling.
Yep.
Oh, that's a 24.
Yeah, I do think that, to some degree, the way these things are, it is kind of horse-esque. You could definitely sit on the shell and kind of guide this thing along as it starts to kind of
just
mosey
for
its way
flavor.
forward.
I do think Cass kind of his initial move is he does a Gandalf whistle. So there's this Shadowfax whistle and he just does that at the whole pen to see which one of the creatures turns and looks at him when he does it, and he so zeroes in on one. And then he sort of goes up and puts his head in front of its giant eye and talks to it a little bit there you go, easy now, and just tries to figure out, and then climbs up top and starts moving.
Yeah. So let's see if it continues forward or if this thing gets distracted by something else.
All right, round 2, let's go. Okay, that's a
Holy
21.
moly. What's going on?
On fire.
Absolutely. This thing is just kind of keeps going as you're kind of hitting towards the middle of this hourglass. So like, that things are going to start to get complicated. And I think with your background, you kind of anticipate this a little bit. So like, you're not trying to rush them. You're kind of giving them the chance to like, let them adapt a little bit, but you steer them in the right direction.
Yeah.
Oh, and I think Rasha on her side of the pen is seeing this now, and she's starting to cheer her friend on. So she's getting kind of excited for him.
Yeah. And so, he like leans down and I think in the moment, as he's trying to connect with this creature, he names it Tucker. So he's like, all right, Tucker, come on, buddy. You got this now. And we're going to go for the third shot. Is going to beef it so hard right here. No! Oh my God. I'm going to roll the guidance on this one just to see where we get. That is a 1. Okay. So that's a 22 all day.
That's still enough that you lead this thing right through there. It's a little slower. I mean, this thing wasn't as eager as the one following Grasha, but you know what? I mean, it kind of wanders through, and it's as happy as could be on the other side. And Ringo kind of walks up, and he's a little suspicious. He says, kind of got a raised eyebrow as he walks up to you. You done ridden one of these before, haven't you?
You done ridden.
He just says, sometimes you can just tell when a critter needs a riding, buddy.
Oh my.
And he's, I never heard anybody say that, but hey, listen, you clearly know something I don't, so listen. Yeah. He reaches down into his little pocket. He's got a little bag on his hip that he pulls out one of these medals. He goes, you earned it as well as anybody else did.
Yeah, and I think he takes the medal and clutches it, feeling vindicated in his horse girlness. I think he tips his hat up just a little bit and like kneels down in front of Tucker and like forehead to forehead and just says like, thank you, buddy. And then sort of gives him like a scratch on the neck, and he like closes his eye and like turns his head a little bit. He like pats the shell as he goes by and hops out of the fence.
Yeah, so last but not least, that's going to take us to Rhea, who's got big shoes to follow. After all.
It ain't happening. I'm going to write this story ahead of time. I'm going to say, here's the thing about Rhea, y'all. I need y'all to understand. Rhea, incredibly wise. Like, she thinks a lot about life, the meaning of life, what it means to be alive, all these things. She has like a really deep take, and she has a lot of really good gut feelings. Like, she had a great gut feeling that if only somebody would talk to this thing, maybe it would follow them, right? So that was a really great thing. Here's the problem. She's not super smart. So she saw that, Grasha spoke to this thing. So she's like, oh, that was right. You just need to talk to him. But she doesn't understand that it was the language in particular. So she's going to go ahead and she's going to cast Thaumaturgy.
Oh, dear heavens.
Oh, no.
She goes, oh, this giant voice. Maybe it's because Grasha's big. It's booming through her. So if I make myself sound like I'm speaking real loud, sure, this will go well. And you know what? It sounded like she wasn't speaking common. What other languages might I know?
Oh, God.
And I think that she might go ahead and try and speak in Celestial. Try and talk to this in a booming Celestial voice. She's going to try and speak to this turtle. Convince it to move.
Yeah, there's no way this goes wrong. What are you attempting to convey in Celestial?
I'm going to come up and say, gonna pull a full babe and go, excuse me, do you mind, need you to get moving from here over to there, please?
Except for at 20 times the volume. In
Yeah.
a very intimidating voice.
So what ends up happening is, because of the sheer volume, not only do you startle the one that's immediately in front of you,
Jesus.
but also all of the rest of them that are in there, as you've now sabotaged everybody else who was also competing. But the one immediately in front of you is so startled that it kind of just tucks its head back into its shell and then like rocks its legs back and jolts forward as it smashes you with its shell. and you will take 3 bludgeoning damage as this thing knocks you over as it like hides in its shell, now absolutely terrified of what's just happened.
Oh, I don't think that had quite the effect I was going for. Gods, it worked for Grasha. I must
I
be
do
losing
feel
my
like
touch.
Do you need some help, Miss Raya?
Oh, you already won your medal. Don't you worry about me. And she's gonna try and hop back up and brush off her armor. Huh. Well, I think she is gonna kind of glance over at Gal and be like a little, like kind of embarrassed because she really thought she was onto something. And what's Gal's face look like right now?
I think as you look over to make eye contact, in fact, in that moment, you do see him give you like a subtle nod as he reaches and holds a book in his hand.
And I think that she'll grab her amulet at her neck and just give him a nod back.
Yeah, I think in that moment, almost identical to when Ao was in the ring, your turtle does lift just far enough off the ground as it starts to move forward.
And Gray is gonna try and reach up and grab like the toe or something. Come on, we're going for a ride.
Yeah, and I truthfully, I think though these things are just about tall enough that like you'd be able to kind of just like loosely wrap around one of its legs as it kind of slides forward, and you make it to the other side, and Ringo's sitting there on the other side, and he looks absolutely puzzled. Like Ao put on like some kind of performance in that it looked like she was riding. You've just latched onto this thing as it just kind of moved forward, and like it's pretty obvious something happened, and he kind of just looks down at you as this thing kind of comes to a stop, and he's, you got some kind of magic. I ain't never seen anything like that. What? How did you even? You're such a small, and it's. You know what? Who am I? As he reaches into his little pouch and he pulls out a medal as he hands it to you. He goes, I guess earned it just as much as anybody. I've never. I mean, yeah.
You know that scene from Shrek when they grab the frog and the snake and blow him up like a balloon? Yeah, that's kind of the vibe I just got from this. Just
Carrie.
And did we saw this from the sidelines? So did we see her looking off to the side at all?
I tell you what, if you guys want to make a perception check to see if you did, I'm fine with that.
What a great birthday! Love this so much.
I will make a perception check too, just because I feel like I would be looking that way.
Somehow I didn't see my roll. Did anybody else?
I did not.
Oh, there it is. I didn't roll.
Oh, that'd be why. There it is.
Grasha
so
got
I think-
7.
I think Dorian's the only one who manages to catch that. I'll give Pixel a chance when he gets back if he wants to roll for Cass and see if he catches it.
And when I saw that, was I able to glance over at the other group and figure out who she was looking at, or who was looking back at her?
I do think the amount of focus that he would have would be pretty evident. The rest of them are kind of, looking and talking within their group, where he was the only one looking back at Rhea. So I do think it would be at least somewhat obvious that that's probably the one that you're looking for.
Sorry, I am back. And I don't think Cass actually would be paying attention to this.
Yeah, that's
I'm
fair.
going to be honest. I think he's too wrapped up. He was so worried after what happened with Grasha, and so he's just so relieved that his horse girl skills came through in the end. So he's just basking in the moment.
Oh, I do have one question. Is there a place where I can get within 30 feet of the other group without making it weird? I don't know how far. I'm guessing it's a big field.
Yeah, I mean, within 30 feet, I think would be pretty doable. Even to the point where, if you were to exit the actual paddock itself and be walking back to your group, I mean, feasibly, you could pass close enough to them that you would be within 30 feet while still looking like you're just walking back to your group. So it wouldn't be like an awkward thing or like you're intruding on anyone's space or anything.
Okay. Oh crap, I can't do that. Oh no. Oh. Shoot. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it anyways. Guys, don't hate me. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna cast a second level aid to their group.
Okay.
Oh man.
We're out here making choices, all right, fans?
Well, one little thing that Grasha would have done when Casimir won his medal or whatever, and so that means he's on the same side of the area as Grasha. I think Grasha was so excited. She was like, "Good job!" And she was going to smack him on the back. And as she's bringing that mighty hand down, I think at the last minute she sees the bloody place in the shirt, and she manages to stop. So it was close, but she didn't hit him.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Yeah, I think maybe like he hears that and like turns around and sees your hand and just like high fives you.
High five.
Oh,
Yeah.
which confuses her totally. And
Because for it's a low five. It's kind of
but
down.
she smiles.
Yeah, and I do think that since we're like in this moment, I do think that Cassis he hops over the fence on the other side, goes over to Orin and like gives him a celebratory hug.
I knew you had it in you.
Yeah, I was worried for a second. Grasha just absolutely crushed it, and I was like, "Dang, am I gonna get shown up here? Like this is kind of my thing, But me and Tucker, we understand each other.
You named your turtle.
Yeah, listen, it's the most important part. You don't just name the turtle whatever. You got to find out what the creature wants to be named, and then that helps sort of, helps get you there.
You could talk to yours.
No, not at
You
all.
found out. Oh, okay.
There's kind of a look in the eye, He just cried out. His soul cried out to be called Tucker.
I gotta know, Grasha.
Hard to explain.
That was quite a trick.
You looked wonderful coming across there. Boy, you really know how to talk to him. And you weren't even.
You're right. I wasn't even. You're right. How about you leave it to there and I'll feel good about myself? But you, on the other hand, you got 3 medals at this point. You're quite the Olympiad.
Me?
Aye. Oh,
No.
one's a brooch, I suppose, but you got 2 other ones at this point.
Oh, okay. Because I didn't actually compete at the arm wrestling.
Ooh. Did you get stabbed too when that stopped you?
No, I didn't get stabbed, but
Oh, God.
well, there was this this opponent that I just knew there was no way I could possibly ever prevail, and so I just kind of didn't even really try. But I'm here, and this worked out great, and this was wonderful, and you did so super.
Grasha, I need you to know something.
Yeah.
It feels very important to me. Don't
Yeah.
you ever underestimate yourself. Now, if you wanted to walk away because you felt like it wasn't for you, that's one thing. But if it's because you thought you couldn't do it, in the short time I've known you, there hasn't been a single thing I've seen you set your mind to that you haven't achieved.
Well, I thank you for saying that. You you sort of make me feel a little bit bad because
Don't
I
feel
wasn't
bad.
really being honest. That was just kind of an excuse. Well, I sort of saw somebody at that wrestling match, and actually they're right over there right now. And well, how do you say it? There's somebody I knew from a long time ago, and they didn't want to fight me. And that's probably a good thing. It might not have been good if we'd actually fought each other. We might have gotten kind of mad, but they just got up and quit and didn't even fight me. And that made me not want to fight either. I should have said that in the beginning. I don't know why I was being so silly. I guess I was just kind of embarrassed. But thank you for those nice words. So, some little old green goblin guy got up there, and I decided to make his day, and I didn't fight him either. So maybe he'll pay it forward, and it could be that this is the day that the arm wrestling didn't happen. You just never know. But hey, we had some fun here, right? We did.
I've had quite a great time. Honestly, I thought
you
meeting Dorian was going to be the most fun I'd ever had in my life. And then, I'm meeting up with somebody who's getting stabbed for no reason at all, which I feel a bit bad for, but it certainly tells a story.
Well,
Apparently,
I think we need to watch those people. Although my former friend, well, kind of, I just wouldn't think they would be a part of something that just go around hurting people unless you made them real, real mad. And he didn't talk like he made anybody mad.
Yeah,
I'll tell you, if you get mad enough.
I'll tell you, all the rest of them seem pretty nice. But I do think old what's-his-face is going to try again, so, watch your back and especially mine.
Well, I'll look out for you, and I'll tell you one thing. He tries again, I'll be on him, all right? You can count on that. I'll be on him. I will be on him.
Thank you.
I suppose that answers our question on whether or not they'd like to be involved. But I do have to ask, do we all have a connection to somebody in that other group? You seem to know the Drow. I know Dermot, at least in our couple of interactions. He seems wonderful, honestly. And Grasha, you seem to know Maggie? Yeah.
Maggie.
Dorian, do you know somebody from the other group? Unfortunately, Mia knows somebody very well from that group, at least in a backward sort of way. But
hi, Dorian.
Well, I don't know how it's possible that that's the case, but yes, I do.
And you never told me.
I mean, I don't mean to pry, but it just seems weird that we all have had interactions with this other group separately, and now here we are as a group ourselves. And listen, I'm not saying I believe in fate or the gods or anything like that, but it does seem kind of weird.
Boy, you're one smart cookie, and I like cookies.
The Moonweaver. The Moonweaver teaches us that meetings are never accidents. Every soul walks on its own path, yet the light bends those paths when it needs to. Sometimes it's only for a moment, two lives brushing past each other. But I think this one's more meaningful. I think the Moonweaver might have set us on our path. We just have to follow the light to wherever she guides us.
Well, that means we didn't meet by accident then, doesn't it? Well,
Sure
I tell you what, I'm going to look out for all of y'all. Y'all going to be my friends now, and better not anybody get on in there, because if they do, I will get on them. I promise you. I'll be watching, and I'll be watching them, even my friend, old friend, ex-friend. Maybe
Just
friend.
to be clear, if I get on Rhea, you get on me?
My.
Well, you better be careful.
Listen, all I'm saying is, I've already been headed towards the light once today, and I'd like to not go towards the light, if you know what I mean. Seemed like that was a, potentially negative outcome, actually.
Well, you better be careful. And we better not put you in the back of the pack. You know what? You need to be in the middle, not the back, because when your back's hanging out there, bad things happen.
Oh my.
Sounds to me like Dorian wants to be in the back. All right, should we go talk to them like we said?
Anyway, feel free to talk to them if you'd like. I would prefer not to. We've already had a run-in with them, actually.
Wait,
There's
both
a-
of you.
I think we should clear this up and just nip this in the bud. If they're going
I
to try
agree.
something out and the group doesn't know what their other members are doing, they would probably like to know that as well.
Well, I'll tell you what. I am more than happy to, back you up in this case. I mean, one of them did try to kill Mia, and obviously that is cause for me to be stressed, but we did have a run-in with him at a peculiar building to the northwest of here. 12-sided building. Anyway.
12-sided. Should I run a religion check on that?
Sure, if you want to.
There you go, 18.
Yeah, I think to some degree, the exact details probably a little vague, but you're familiar with people who would worship the Luxon.
Oh,
Oh, son of a bitch.
Y'all didn't catch that already?
See, that one I know.
Dodecahedrons? Come on, gang.
I was racking my freaking brain, and then I'm thinking 12, but it said 12-sided. I don't know. I didn't, because I'm thinking, because he said 2D, not 3D, and my brain
the
couldn't
pendant was
compute.
3D, but the building was, or the pendant was 2D, but the building was 3D, right?
Anyways, my brain, look, all right, give me a break. The point is, it made the connection now. Oh, shit.
As it were,
Okay.
if you wish to talk with him, I won't stomp you and I'll have your back, but there's nothing left I can say at this point. I don't trust the human.
Yeah. I do think
But
this
then who
is...
do you know? Hold on, so you know the human.
I
Do
don't,
you know who?
to be clear, I don't know the human. I know that the human
Yeah, I'm
stabbed
sorry.
me, but and it may have been him and it may have been someone else in the past. Last time I was here, I did get stabbed in a pretty similar way, but I don't actually know for a fact that it was the same person.
Well, you said they said something. What'd they say?
I don't exactly remember.
I would like to incite that one for... Yeah, fan
Yeah.
sounds good. I'm going to incite it.
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay, I'm just
Well, I think
roll
Rosh
this.
is going to do that too. She
He
is
was a
so
great
good
bub.
at insight.
Let him.
What did
Okay,
Grosh
I'm just gonna
get?
roll this to you, Ace.
Fair enough.
Oof.
Okay.
Oh, Grosha got a whopping 11.
Same.
Yeah, I think you guys do. I mean, with all the chaos of everything, it does seem like he's just legitimately forgot exactly what he said.
Cool. Yeah, I mean, and I think mine would have been just like I kind of look sideways at him just to. It's more like checking on his well-being than like trying to be like, "Are you fucking lying to me?" You know. But
Grosha just accepts what she was told.
Yeah, so Rhea, I will say, you do detect that there's probably something that he remembers. He's not necessarily lying in that, he may not remember the exact verbiage, but there was probably something that was said that does stick out to him a little bit.
She's not going to say a single thing.
as it were, again, Dermot is the one that helped me heal Mia twice now. I do truly feel like he means us no ill will. But who was it that you knew, Dorian?
The Horizon back writer, Io, the Genasi.
Well, if you would like to talk with them, I'm behind you. But that's
I
really
think
all.
I need to have some words with them for my own sake, and I guess there are a couple other topics we should bring up as well. So
Yeah.
let's head on over.
Yeah, I was
Dorian's
gonna say,
stand up.
I do feel like this kind of a public environment makes it less likely that he'll try to kill me in the street. Like, he seemed to not want to be caught doing that. So I think, actually, if we are going to talk to him, this is as good a way to do it as any. You know what I mean?
Seems
Yeah, and
reasonable.
as you guys are about to head over that way, this elderly orc who's dressed in these very, I'm going to describe it as like a deep blue colored robe, walks over to you guys and kind of calls out, mighty warriors,
Oh,
brilliant
shit.
strategists. Boy, have you group impressed us today. With your feats of strength and your incisive wit and, well, your sturdy bellies, as he kind of looks over at Grasha. You have made it to our finals. We have but one contest left. If you would join us on the stage, we collect the other team. We're looking to set this race up in about the next hour.
Well, all right. I'm in.
Oh no, it's a race. I got real wee little legs here. Don't know how far I'm gonna make it.
Well, maybe you can do that thing you just did with the racerback, and you can just
Yeah.
get whatever the horizon back. Excuse me, I misspoke.
I also think that Cass, taps his cloven hooves and says, "Listen, Rhea, clack, clack. These hoofs are made for hoofing it, girl."
I bet they are.
Yeah,
Gosh, I'll talk to you later, I promise.
He introduces himself as Elder Ushru, as he goes, please. As he kind of like gestures you guys up to this kind of, again, it's kind of like this temporary stage that's been put up, specifically right in front of this dock right here. And he kind of ushers you guys up there, and he goes, just sit tight for 1 minute. I believe Elder Kolbu is collecting the other group, and they'll be here momentarily. You guys will have a few moments after you guys are instructed on how this will work to prepare yourselves. When you hear the bell, the race will begin, and the first team to make it back will be this year's champion. Are there any questions?
Back where? Where are we going?
To the stage. Again, Elder Kolbu will give you a little more information. I suggest you take this time to prepare yourselves in any way that you may need. You'll have only minutes once he's finished describing things to actually be ready to go. As he kind of, Tish takes a couple steps down as he's kind of like trying to kind of herd people out in front of the stage, as like they're trying to make this like a big presentation kind of thing. And at this point, the night's kind of set in. One of the moons, specifically Katha, is high in the sky at this point. So that's kind of lit up the area pretty naturally. But there are also a few people who have had like various light spells that are kind of lighting up the area to kind of keep this like a well-lit situation. And as you guys are there on the stage, just moments later, you see another individual, another elderly orc, who, again, dressed in this deep blue color, who walks up the other side. And we're talking, I'm going to say maybe 20 feet away from you guys is the other group of 5 individuals that we have been discussing.
No.
They're on that side of the stage, and the elder with them walks up to the middle of the group, and he goes, "Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to introduce this year the sets of teams that are going to be competing for our final prize. As a reminder, off of the bat this year, we will offer each of them 100 gold pieces for being the winning team. In addition to that, they will have full lodging and food paid for the rest of the year, so long as they remain within the city." He reaches into his robes and he pulls out this really elaborate kind of emerald-looking eye that's kind of like this pendant and what have you. And he holds it out and he goes, "Here I hold the emerald eye, of which its identical sister sits at the bottom of the Emerald Grotto," as he turns and points to a set of islands that exist behind you guys. And in this moment, there's like several mages who are standing by who put up like fairy lights and things like that. That light, like what I would say, kind of looks like a runway that leads out to this cave that is seemingly going down under the water. And he goes, "At the back of the cave, at the end of the Black Isles, you will find an identical one of these there. The first team to retrieve that item and bring it back through the maze of the grotto will be this year's champion. I encourage you that this is a very, very important relic. The Emerald Eye is something that is cherished among Jigao as a whole, so please do make sure it comes back in one piece. Are there any questions from our teams at this time?" As he kind of turns to look to each of you.
How far away is that?
So it's kind of hard to tell. The lights go out, I'm going to say probably about 30 feet, but then they kind of lead underwater. So you're probably about 50 feet from you to the mouth of the cave. The cave itself, there's no way of knowing right now.
So Dorian's going to turn to the team and just say, "I swim well, but don't see well." And he's going to pull out the medal he won and give it to Rhea.
Oh, interesting. Thank you. What does it do?
It helps you swim better. I don't think it's going to help me much.
Well, that's great. I suppose in return, I believe that I can give a couple of you all. Let's see, how many people can I give with this? That's not what I wanted. I don't want Eyes of Night. I want to give
Sequel
it
to your wisdom modifier. Like, so your wisdom modifier is how many people give.
I have a +5 to my wisdom modifier, so everybody,
well.
everybody, you can see in the night now.
Pause. We're going into the water where the sharks attacked today.
I'm sure they cleared him out by now.
Yeah.
Oh, my guns don't shoot underwater.
And my armor doesn't float.
Do Cass and Orin know the magical properties of their wedding rings at this point? Like, are we aware of the...
I feel like by now you were pretty familiar with it.
Oh. Well, I guess that probably changes my answer a little
Yeah,
bit.
because we have a swim speed and a water breathing from those. So.
I guess I don't have any complaints. I guess that's it. If I can swim as fast as I can run, then we're in good shape.
Yeah, and I do think Cass pipes up and says, "Yeah, Orin and I, we can swim pretty well."
I'll also just say, I mean, mechanically, for the sake of your character, I am going to just kind of ignore firearm mechanics in that degree, so that if you choose to use them while you're in the water, I'm not worried about that.
Okay, he's telling me that we're gonna fight stuff down there, and I need to use my guns.
More so,
we're screwed
if
I don't shoot people down there.
Multiple times that you guys are underwater, and like I don't want your character to be kind of totally handicapped because of that. So
gotcha. I mean, I do have scimitars, but also
Right. Well, this should be fun.
Also going to go ahead and ask, do we feel like, I mean, in case this ends up in a battle, like the shark one did, which one of us, I suppose, is going to be? It's probably going to be you, isn't it? You're going to be smashing pretty good. And I think that she's going to go ahead and give Vigilant Blessing to Grasha.
Looks like we're going to the map screen, gang.
Oh, it's
You'll
map
get advantage on your next initiative roll.
That was to Grasha, you said?
Correct.
And by everyone. Oh God.
I can't see. What
I have
happened?
the wrong thing. Oh, no.
I seen and then I don't
I seen and then I not seen.
Yeah, exactly.
it's doing a weird thing where like it's not necessarily updating your tokens correctly. So give me 1 second. Here, so I'll have this here just so you guys have something to look at. That's not a black screen for a minute.
Okay.
I was promised crying and I haven't cried today.
I didn't say you
I
would
almost
cry.
cried.
Yeah,
Oh,
I never
okay.
said it was going to be you.
Okay, cool.
Remember,
we could make
it's
you
my
cry.
heart you want broken, not
It's not yours. I didn't expect it to be yours because of your husband.
Listen, Cass can just like shoot Dorian before you get a chance to consummate your crush or whatever. If you want tears, then we can make it
I'm
happen.
on to you, Cass. You watch yourself.
That's right. That random human whose name we don't know is not the only backstabber around here. JK.
Oh, I knew you were a backstabber before this.
Damn. Damn. I guess more than two can play at that game.
All right. So, as you guys make your way into, I guess let me back up a little bit. I was trying to get things set up, but the bell goes off. Both teams start heading out. It's mostly walkable surface area all the way out to like kind of the edge of the water. Yeah, the water starts to raise a little bit, but for most people, minus Rhea, it's probably only ever about knee high. So it's really not too much of a struggle as you make your way out there. But then you do kind of reach like a jumping off point where like out in front of you guys, you can see the mouth of this cave right in front of you. And all you have to do is dive in. That said, the other group has managed to, I mean, while you guys were kind of discussing for a moment, they just went. There was no discussion. They made it into the mouth of the cave first. So you're not sure exactly what direction they've gone. However, you watch them dive into the cave just moments before you. We're talking, I mean, maybe a minute tops. They're ahead of you.
And is
We
that
better get
the
going.
drow-led group that we know?
Yes.
Okay.
Led is a strong word, but yes, the drow is in that group.
I was going to say, isn't the Ganassi the leader?
Yes,
or
the
whatever?
Genasi is technically the one who kind of is seemingly in charge, but yeah.
All right, let's get going, guys.
Yep.
All
Do we need to do like
right.
a survival check to figure out the right way to go?
Yeah, so this is going to kind of function seemingly like a small dungeon, effectively. So you guys are going to have some choices to make. I will say, as you make your way into the mouth of the Emerald Grotto proper, this entrance is just this very narrow cavern. So you kind of make your way through the mouth of this thing, but then it just kind of gets to this narrow kind of little bit murky water. It's not quite as clear as the rest of it, like, and I think you guys kind of get the idea that like dirt and stuff has been stirred up from the other people swimming through there, which has kind of just hindered you a little bit. But you're able to make your way through, and you guys should be free to move your tokens. If you can't, let me know. But as you kind of round that edge, you do find yourself into the first little kind of section of the cave.
Okay. And sorry, just to clarify, are we swimming underwater right now, or we're going to have to enter water at various points of this?
You are. So
Okay.
so at this point, you're just underneath the surface of the water kind of thing.
Okay.
Ray is going to go ahead and use her light cantrip to, I guess, light up, I don't know, her holy symbol.
Okay. How much light does that put off?
It's a bright light in a 20-foot radius and dim light for an additional 20.
And we all have dark vision now, right? Because of what you did.
Correct, but I don't know how far.
It was 300 feet.
Yeah,
I'm sure it's a bit reduced with the water.
Yeah, so the actual hindrance here isn't so much the darkness. Like, yes, the darkness will be at play here, but it's more so going to be the limited field of view because of the water.
The murkiness of it and stuff, yeah.
Correct.
Well, Grasha's going to have her ruidium great axe in her hand while she's swimming because it has special properties that enable Grasha to breathe water and that her swimming speed will equal her walking speed.
Yep.
Which I wanted to be sure chat kind of all do that.
But we
did
can't
that.
For sure.
Speak underwater, right?
Correct.
This will be fun.
Oh, damn. Well, I was fixing to say I was going to ask if I should go in front, but I guess I can't ask that.
Oh.
Maybe I just swim out in front of you guys, actually. I'm just going to take the lead here because I'm a tank, baby.
Yeah.
Well, and Grasha's a tank too, but Grasha is reminded about the thing about getting hit in the back. So if you go to the front, I think she's going to stay behind Casimir.
Well, Orin owes you his life now, so congratulations.
But
Cool.
she's prepared.
Love it.
Yeah, so Orin, as you kind of make your way around that corner, you can see that just there's still light kind of filtering through. In addition to, Rhea kind of producing this light from behind you that kind of refracts around the corner a little bit. As you find this open kind of chamber, the mouth of this cave kind of opens up into this kind of underwater chamber. And what you find in there, it looks pretty empty for the most part. The only thing that you really see is this kind of kelp that's growing up from the bottom. Looks like it probably comes up 10 feet or so for this total of this, I would say from floor to ceiling, you're probably in 15-20 foot cavern. This probably comes up about halfway or so. And I would say in total, as you kind of make your way down, you're going to be heading down probably about 20 feet underwater as you make your way into this next little cavern here.
Excellent. I'm sure I can do this, but I'll ask anyway. Can I send my echo out to swim with me?
Sure, if you want to.
Yeah, I would prefer to have it like, and it could be just like swimming next to me because I can't see through it just yet. I don't think, in the way that I'm thinking. But if I could like just send my echo out to be like right next to me.
Yeah, let me see. Well, here's what I'm going to do for right now. And actually, what I'll probably do is end up making a token for that. But for right now, let me I will throw one of these on there. And are we feeling? You said you described it as blue, correct?
Yeah.
All right. So for right now.
Yeah, and while you're doing that, just to kind of reiterate for folks, if you didn't see last session, whenever Orin summons his echo, the tattoos on his arm and neck glow blue. His eyes get a blue tint to him, and a blue spectral version of himself kind of pops out.
So while it is blue, I'm gonna use the green one.
Yeah,
if only
out.
so that you can see it.
Cool.
And if I go here, you should be able to move that in relation to you.
Yep. We're good.
Okay. And as you guys make your way through here, you are going to have to kind of swim down at an incline. So you are going to be kind of forced through the kelp here in one way or another.
Yeah, so Dorian's also going to cast light, and he's just going to cast it on his outfit so people can see him. He swims pretty fast, so he's going to just charge forward.
Okay. How much does light give off?
20 feet, I think is what we just said. 20 foot.
Yeah, 20.
Right, and
right,
20
right. Yeah, okay.
Dim, so a total of 40.
Okay. And as you swim through there, you are going to have to deal with this kelp that's all over the place. So I will have you're probably right about here. As far as the kelp goes, it's not super difficult. Basically, if you just want to naturally swim through it, you're going to be looking to make an athletics check. If you want to approach it in any other capacity, we can do that as well.
Yeah, I think as he approaches, I guess he'll check it out and see if it's possible to cut easily or if it's going to be a whole mess.
Yeah, I think you could pretty easily cut it. It would probably just take you a quick second to actually do that. But yeah, it wouldn't take anything. And I think you would also know that by cutting it, it then frees up everybody behind you to then swim through without having that issue.
Be possible to blast it out of the way?
Yeah, probably would be, less sniper rifle, more shotgun approach in that it's just going to clear out a bunch of it. But yeah, definitely possible.
Yeah, so I think we're kind of in a hurry. So he's going to Eldritch Blast as he's coming through it, and he's just going to keep doing that as long as he can and as long as there's kelp in front of him. Unless it's not working, and then he's going to stop and come up with another approach.
Yeah. Yeah, that totally works. You managed to clear that out, and as you make your way forward, I need to move this to here. And as you come up to this fork in the cave, Dorian, you see the large frame of Maggie, who is kind of blocking one of the paths and pointing for you to go through the other path.
I did hear someone mention Maggie, so I think right now I'm gonna turn back and look for Grasha. And just give her like a quizzical look.
Grasha will swim forward to where you are. And sees Grasha doing that. Sees Maggie doing that. I guess Grasha's going to swim right up on Maggie, eyeball her, and suggest she moves out of the way.
Yeah, and I think she doesn't engage you in a fight, right? Like she's not trying to forcibly hold you back. I do think she takes a moment to look at Grasha specifically, and like very much you can see in her eyes there is a look of concern, not a look of like trying to intimidate you guys, as she again kind of points down this eastern tunnel. But again, she's not like fully resistant, where like if you wanted to swim by her, you could.
Based on the past and what happened today, I kind of think, and also being a tank, that I think Rasha is gonna check out. Like we don't know which way to go, so I think Rasha's gonna try to swim ahead a little bit and see where it was that Maggie was trying to send her.
So you're going to take the path where she was pointing?
I think Rasha is. But
Okay.
I think she's also going to look back at Oren like, I don't know, and then sail ahead a little bit, because she's going to be able to see, right? We've decided we can see in the dark.
So if you head down this way, you will kind of, as you make your way down there, you actually notice that in this side of the chamber, the floors, the ceiling, there's like this, the plant itself is known as ghost grass, but it's like these kind of vines, bioluminescent algae that has kind of grown up the side of the wall and has actually lit up the entirety of the wall. So it's almost as if it's daylight in this area, as you kind of can see the light kind of rounding the corner and what have you that's lighting up this area. And from everything that you can see, there's nothing really over there.
Okay. How far would Grasha be going on her? I don't know. Grasha's very confused. Wisdom is not her main suit, and she honestly doesn't know. So she's looking at Oren like, Dorian. I mean Dorian.
That's all right. Dorian will give her a thumbs up and then just kind of slide on past her and just, I guess, try to take a closer look at the room if we don't see a path through.
Based on Rhea's background, does bioluminescent stuff, does she have any like immediate insight?
I don't know that there's anything specifically about this plant itself. I do think the thing that kind of catches you is most things that seem to be bioluminescent are like a soft plant-like glow. This is the first thing that I think Rhea has seen that is almost a silvery white glow.
Oh. Yeah, y'all will see Rhea's like doing a dance in the water stream. She might even use her thaumaturgy to like do a little rumble or something. Yeah, I can do harmless tremors. Something to be like in the water.
Somebody seems to put their phone on vibrate.
Because we can't stop. I don't know how else to communicate but with bubbles.
So would we interpret that as a go or a stop?
Like we'd look back and see where it came from.
Yeah.
She's gonna try and like pantomime like She's gonna swim towards wherever. I mean, is there like a single source? Or are you saying it's like all the walls are covered in?
Yeah. So in fact, I think as you see, once you make contact with it, the puzzle pieces come together in that in this room you can see everything that's in there because it's grown all up along the walls, across the floor, like even up to the ceiling a little bit. But you notice the tunnel that was behind Maggie had none of that, and in fact it only got darker.
And there's no path out of here that we see? Is that what we said?
No. You can, if you keep going, you'll like through this tunnel, it'll actually lead out to a whole nother section.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Ray is absolutely. I mean, she might even like swim ahead of Dorian at this point. Like she's so excited. She feels real energized.
Yeah, well, so I mean, not that Orin has any way to convey this, but he's just gonna watch Casimir's back, and he doesn't really care if we win or lose this. He's really locked in on making sure he doesn't get stabbed again.
Yeah, I think that Grasha, although she went first because of the thing, that she would also wait for him to go first.
Oh, you're waiting for Cass to catch up to the people in the
Yeah.
front?
Well, I mean, you're in the middle now. There's 2 people ahead of you and 2 people behind you.
Yeah.
Yeah, in and out of game. I don't mind taking the rear here. If you'd like to go ahead, bonus mom, it's just up to you. I do have it back here, but if you'd like to be back here too, that's totally fine.
No, I just want to be behind Casimir.
Cool.
Yeah, I mean, Cass is trying to stick to the middle of the group.
Yeah, and Rhea
The only
wouldn't
thing
like
is,
rush on. She would be.
You are Orin. Orin, you would see that Grasha keeps looking back where Maggie was as often as she can. So she would be demonstrating to you that she's concerned. You've got this huge icon thing for Maggie. Is Maggie that big?
No, I just haven't fixed her icon.
Okay, I just wonder because
yeah, she's
as
a
big
large
as she
character,
is-
but yeah, I just
Wow.
when I copied and pasted, I haven't moved that one over.
Well,
I
see, it
was
would be
wondering, I was like,
impossible
damn.
for her to go through that other opening, and that's what was just really throwing me. Part of what was throwing me was how big Maggie was. Okay.
I mean, she is arguably like a larger compared to the rest of them, but like, yeah, it's not like a whole size difference.
So
what
she
have you.
could have gotten through here had she wanted to, just
Correct.
like apparently I can. Okay. Okay.
All right. Keep on moving through the tunnel then. Yeah.
Yeah.
What else are we gonna do? I hate things like this when they have all these decisions to make.
Ray is real feeling very inspired to swim. So
Yeah.
in fact,
and
she might even use the like. Apparently, one of the things you can do with thaumaturgy is alter the appearance of your eyes. I don't know how far I can take this. Can I make the symbol that's the same symbol as my holy symbol in my eyes? Like, I don't know how far thaumaturgy goes, or is this like change the color of your eyes?
I mean, I'm here for it.
Okay, cool.
It's not going to impact anything enough that I'm worried about it.
Yeah. She's gonna make her eyes look like the color of her holy symbol and start pointing. Like,
Yeah, and in fact, I think to Rhea alone, as you kind of make your way into this chamber specifically, it's this weird sensation that like you feel a pull towards the back wall immediately, almost as if something was leading you that way.
who am I to ignore it? Which back wall is this? The back wall?
It would be down this way.
Down. Okay. She will make sure she's going to look behind to make sure everybody's following, but she's going to keep going towards that.
Yeah, and just tucked behind some of this algae, you do find a little path that actually is going to lead you. And I'll move your tokens here because this map kind of overlaps a little bit, but will lead you down to this room here.
Ooh.
Are these like pool steps?
Yeah, so actually, this room specifically has a couple things that are really interesting. So it actually seems like the wall that you're looking at right here looks like at some point a bunch of the like soil and what have you has caved inward and created this kind of slope, this downward slope where you guys are at. But also, this room, not that you guys necessarily need it at this second, but this room also has light at the top of it, and specifically has an air pocket at the top of it, where if you guys chose, you could surface and A, talk, or B, catch your breath. But given most of your circumstances, that's not a priority, but it is an option that you guys have in this room.
You're just going to turn around and wait for the team, but kind of point towards what's ahead.
Yeah. I'm good to keep going. So get thumbs up from Dorian.
Rosh following along.
Looking at Cass in that doorway.
Yeah, I think Cass actually does point up to the ceiling like we should go up to the air for a second.
Okay.
Okay.
And then he
will
swims
follow.
up there.
All right.
Guasha will
Swimming
follow.
up.
And I think like what Cass basically says is like, hey gang, I feel just like, I think we should be careful. I feel like our other team here has maybe some, I'm going to say ulterior motives for why they wanted to come in here in the first place. I just think we should watch our back. I haven't, that thing he said about this is an important relic, don't let anything happen to it. I wonder if they don't have some reason they really care about it or want it for something or what, but I just think we should watch our backs.
I do think it's strange that they would let us win.
I
So,
just
like,
don't know what
either
to
they
think.
want us to win or they are purposely misleading us to this corridor to win themselves.
Yeah, I have
I'm
no idea.
so confused. I mean, Maggie and I didn't really end our relationship as like sworn enemies or best buddies, you know, and she looked like she cared what I did, and I don't know.
Well,
Yeah.
you
I'm
seem to
so
be
sorry.
very cold to this direction. What's up with that?
Well, you saw the silver light, didn't you?
Hard not to see, really.
Well, you might not know it, seeing as you might have skipped religion class, but
Oh
this
shit!
happens.
Actually, Orin sounds like this. That's not bad.
Oh, that's right.
Please continue.
But the Moonweaver is actually known to leave trails of moonlight, silver moonlight to be exact, wherever she goes. So I think it's a sign that she's with us now.
Well, I don't think we should stop too long. This is a race after all, but listen, I just gotta say, from my point of view, it ain't worth dying for, so if things get crazy,
agree.
you know, I'm fine with losing the competition as long as we get out of here alive.
I agree, but
Maybe
I
we should
also-
make like a signal if it's time to cut and run, you
Yeah.
know,
Like a
like do one
secret
like across
handshake.
the neck or a big X or something, I don't know.
Sure, we can do that, but I need you to know the only reason I won that Horizon Hurden was thanks to their team. And I might have gotten them a little bit of a boon back, so they might have our best interests in heart.
Some of them might. I'd guarantee you that human wants me dead, so.
Yeah,
As I said
I think we
before.
know. Well, go ahead.
As I said before, Dermot has saved me, so I owe him my life. I trust him, but
I am concerned they're not here already.
Yeah, I mean, I think we should probably stop yapping and start swimming again, but
I
thought we should take the moment while we had it as he, like, goes back under.
All right, so it's this: if we gotta go, and that means by gosh, go, you know, and
Wait, does that mean leave or does that mean fight?
that means leave.
All right.
it means
What's
make
our
like a
fight
tree and
symbol?
split or whatever.
You're just kind of funny about the way
Yeah, I
you
guess
think
Cass
about
comes back up
things.
as everyone's still talking. Sorry.
Yeah.
All right, let's go then.
Yeah, but if we're looking for a
Quick
fight symbol,
question.
how about just the middle
out of
finger?
contact. Out of this game right now, I feel like we're coming up on a big moment, and so it might be a good point for stopping after that moment. If it needs to go a little bit later than 9, does everybody need to stop at 9? We're about 10 minutes away from that.
I'm starting to run on empty because I'm old.
That's fine. We can absolutely end at 9 then.
And I
I'm
got
just
a
checking
bio
in.
break sometime soon, folks. Y'all are real bad about bio breaks.
That's fair.
I mean, I think the
Do
rest
we
of us
need
have
to
all
do a
taken
quick
one.
bio
Here.
break, or what works best for everybody?
Well, I mean, if we're gonna end it, well,
Yeah,
you
we're gonna-
need to go to the restroom. Let's go.
I got
Yeah,
10.
so-
I still got 10 minutes.
I was gonna say, I'll tell you guys that there's gonna be basically like one more room, and then there's gonna be another thing after that, and that's where I plan to stop. So
Cool.
Okay, so Mom, why don't you go ahead and take your break now?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, I'm
let's
okay. I
go do
got
bio
that
break.
amount.
I got to pee. You got to make me. Yeah.
Well, birthday girl has to pee, so the old lady will go do likewise.
Solidarity, let's go.
Can't argue with the birthday girl.
I guess we'll just hang out and
Yeah,
not BRB screen here.
sure.
Pixel, talk to my chat, please.
Okay. Hi, chat. It's Pixel.
Hi, God.
How
It's
y'all
me.
do? How y'all doing? Let me go ahead and say, folks who are watching on TikTok, we super appreciate you guys. If you're wondering what maps we're all referring to, you can find those over on the Ages of Ainur or the Vincent Page streams on the Purple app. It's not impossible for us to make a screen for Mom to show those. It's just more like stuff she would have to do to change while she's playing, which is a little overwhelming for her. It's not like we want to, exclude you guys from seeing this stuff. It's just hard for her to manage, the character sheet and the Roll20 chat and the map and the Zoom window and the chat all at the same time for TikTok. So we try not to have any more than we need to for her on that.
I also think it's worth, and I'm sure I speak for everybody when I say this, I think that our goal is to make sure TikTok's entertained, but also to ensure that Bonus Mom's having fun. And if she's overwhelmed, maybe the fun would diminish, and we don't want that at all, right?
You may also hear us talking about ways that folks can interact with the stream by giving us chat inspiration and hit dice. Those are also sort of exclusive benefits over on the Ages of Ainur page on the Purple app. So if folks are interested in that, you can find us over there. You accumulate Twitch or channel points for watching, and you can spend them on ways you can influence the game. Oh. Welcome back.
You can spend them on saving our booty butts, which is what I would appreciate. Thanks.
Yeah.
All right. So, moving forward, you guys do find a narrow little tunnel on the north side of the cave here. I will also say, for any of those who notice, the way the dirt has settled here kind of looks like two arrows making a circle, for what that's worth. Yeah, think of like two arrows that had almost formed like a semicircle and point at each other. Just kind of looks like it's settled into the dirt a little bit.
Wait, hold on.
Like
That's not.
magnets.
Hold on.
That's what I saw whenever.
Is that a traffic circle?
What? Can I just do a quick investigate on that area?
Sure, roll for it.
This is not gonna be great, but I mean, she gonna think about it.
Yeah, so 12 is enough to reveal
Oh, there is something. What?
this extra little cavern right here,
Shit.
to which you find two bottles. One of them is this kind of deep red color, and the other one is a bottle that has a scroll inside of it.
We'll snag those up.
Yep, she gonna take it.
Yeah, so I will tell you transparency. Go ahead and add a potion of healing to your inventory, as well as a spell scroll of Thunderwave.
Oh,
Whoa.
interesting.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah, Casimir was going to shoot the sand, so that was probably better.
Amazing. Cool. Well, that was unexpected. I thought I was just okay. Go. Any other like religion checks on that? I don't know what the symbol is. It's fine. We can keep going.
I went into the wall, my bad.
Stuff is curious.
I mean, honestly, I'm kind of impressed that I pulled one over on stuff.
What am I missing?
This is the moment where Ace, the GM, says stuff
Oh, no,
wasn't
it
as
is this.
prepared as he expected.
No, it is this, isn't it? It's my symbol. Yeah, it's my
It
symbol.
is,
Okay,
yes.
I was like, no, it's not. But it is. Look, I didn't want to be like all points. All
It's your
signs
birthday
point to
present, is what it
Weaver.
is.
Yeah.
No. I mean, I
It's
thought
your
the
birthday
silver
present,
weight
girl.
was enough.
Merry birthmas.
I was like, wait, that kind of sounds like my talisman with the two arrows. It's fine. Okay. Okay, cool. Well,
All right. Yeah. So, actually, I need to do this. Okay.
I'll have to close.
Yeah. So I am going to again move you guys because there's kind of this weird map overlay as the two different tunnels kind of converge.
Whoop.
and you find yourself in this next section where you have now swum down pretty far. You're roughly 80 feet or so underwater at this point. So you're pretty far down. At this point, there is kind of a current that is almost pulling you guys forward. So if at this point, to turn around is going to be a real struggle for you guys. The odds of going back the way you came in is going to be really rough. Not impossible, but you notice the current is kind of generally pulling you that way. That said, you guys can, from just around the other side of this next room, you can hear kind of a commotion happening, kind of muffled explosions, this kind of muffled, kind of turmoil or what have you. Again, it's kind of hard to decipher. Everything underwater is going to be kind of muted and rough, but like there's definitely something happening over there.
Full steam ahead.
Yeah, exactly. And Dorian's gonna have an Eldritch Blast ready for the first thing he sees if it's attacking the other group.
Casimir's like swimming with his gun in his hand.
Impressive. Yeah, I'm readying a guiding bolt.
Okay. Yeah. So
Got a great axe.
as you guys make your way into this next room, you come upon this scene of this huge shark, this giant shark that currently has Ao pinned into a corner. In the side of this shark is this large spear, and hanging from this spear is the emerald eye that was mentioned prior to this. You see the human individual behind the shark who is driving the aforementioned dagger into its side. You see Dermot behind them, seemingly channeling some sort of prayer in this moment. And you see the drow individual in the back who is doing his best to cast some form of magic. I will resolve whatever you guys had ready as you make your way into this room, but this is where we will stop for the evening.
Oh,
Okay.
then I guess I blast off my guiding bolt onto the shark,
Okay.
which is it's going to be 120 feet, so that should be plenty. Wherever I was, that I could actually see it. Yeah, that 120 feet. Although I think you had yours ready first, Orion, right? You were kind of ahead of me.
Yeah, it's a 25 to hit on the Eldritch Blast.
Yep. And then that will hit, so you can roll damage on that.
It's 12 force damage, and it doesn't look like it matters because it's against a wall. It would get knocked back.
Okay. And then the guiding bolt.
20 to hit.
20 will also hit.
Excellent. 46. It's going to be 10 radiant damage.
And next attack has advantage, right?
Correct. And the next attack by anybody.
Yes, I might make a note of that because we got 2 weeks to go, baby.
Well, I was gonna say,
we're gonna forget it.
I did say Cass had his gun in his hand. I didn't say he
That's
had
true.
a readied shot. If you want me
If
to
you
be able
want to take it, we can do that. If you guys want to hold that, I'm cool with that too.
just so we can remember that, just to
The
deal with the
advantage,
guiding bolt
yeah.
advantage thing, let's go ahead
Sure.
and take the shot if that's okay.
Yeah, that's
So
cool with me.
he pulls out his gun, takes his shot with advantage. We are looking at dog shit. 15.
No.
15 hits.
Hey.
I mean, it's a giant shark. You're kind of shooting at the broadside of a barn, so
Oh, that's terrible. 9 damage. No, I guess that's all right.
all right.
Okay.
I will say, I will leave you guys with this. With all of that being shelled out, this thing doesn't really look all that phased by what just happened.
Oh boy. So wait, let's do some math here, gang. 12, 22, 31. Okay, so 31 damage does not phase this thing at all.
Oh.
Great. That's more
2
than
weeks for an alternate
any of our
approach.
hit points. Oh no. Okay. All right, gang. Well, that is where we're going to leave it for this night, I believe, if that's correct.
Absolutely. Yeah.
All right, gang. Well, thanks everyone for hanging out and watching. We are going to go look for someone to raid. In the meantime, we're going to remind everybody who we are, where we can be found on the internet, and who we play tonight, starting as always, and of course, with bonus ball.
So I am Bonus Mom. I want to thank my friends on TikTok that hung out with us tonight. Some came, some went, but we're delighted you're here. If you're interested in what we're doing, the first session is already over on YouTube on Ages of Ainur, and this one will go there too. Again, I am Bonus Mom. I live stream a lot of more cozy games and Dungeons and Dragons on Twitch and on TikTok. And I do that Monday through Friday mornings for sure when I can at 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Tonight I played a Goliath Barbarian, Grasha, and if anybody gets on her friend, she's gonna get on them. And that's all I gotta say about that. Thank you all for being here.
Excellent. And we're gonna toss it to Vincent Page. That's right. We fooled him. We didn't do the whole thing this time. Keep him on his toes.
I was actually prepared for it. And weirdly enough, now I missed it. So now what we do? I'm just kidding. So
That's right.
I've been Vincent Page.
Gotta keep him guessing, gang.
Played Orin Talwyn, your half-elf Echo Knight fighter, husband to Casimir Talwyn. And this was really good. Sorry that our thing kind of took up a bunch of the session, guys. And
Sorry, it was our turn. What do you mean?
Meanwhile, Pixel's like, no, fuck you, got none. Anyway, again, happy birthday stuff. I hope it was a good one.
Thank you. Yeah.
Excellent. And of course, Jason.
I'm Jason. I've been playing Dorian, the Sailor Warlock.
Excellent. Lady Stuff.
Yeah, and I am Lady Stuff, and I have been Rhea, your Twilight Cleric, and I got to have a Horizon Back Turtle balloon for my birthday. So thanks for that.
The best kind of balloon, really.
Hell yeah. And Ace.
Only one.
Yeah, I'm Ace. I've been tonight. I've been orcs, ogres, and goblins. Oh my! And there's a whole lot of other crazy stuff coming.
Hell yeah. And of course, friends, as always, I am Pixel tonight. I was Casimir Talwyn, husband and stabbing victim, as well as Horse Girl. He wore a lot of hats, including the cowboy one tonight. Anyway, you can find me here on twitch.tv/hammerpixel, where we stream games sometimes. You can also find me here alternating weeks on our other stream at Ages of Ainur, where we have our Waterdeep Dragon Heist campaign. The next, which should be next Sunday, I think. Maybe we'll let you know. Check out the Discord. And we are going to raid Coffee and Dragons RPG tonight. They are playing a game called How Strahd Stole Christmas. So I think that's going to be a lot of fun. So we're going to send y'all over there. And until the next time that I see everybody, do me a favor and be kind to yourself. Because it's the reason for the season. No, wait, that's Vincent Page. Because you deserve it. Thanks. Okay, bye.
Let me tell a tale of a world where heroes walk among us, fighting through the darkness left by monsters and by selfish men. A tale of glory rents asunder, sacrifice and battles lost. Our heroes know not what awaits them, and still they carry on. Let me sing a song of a family forged by trials and woe. On their own they falter, but together